This is one of my many past paranormal experiences. I've always had a ghost following me, and every house I've lived in until my most recent has been haunted. Occasionally, my girlfriend of a few years would find scratches on my back and suspect I was cheating on her. The fact that I never knew where they came from only made things worse. It was happening for years before I learned why my back was always burning or itching. Well, one grueling summer day, she and I were sitting at the end of our bed, and I was playing Assassin's Creed 3. She sat next to me watching and talking about random things. It was rare for us to have the same time off. This was the first time in months. We didn't have air conditioning, and I was sweating profusely. So I removed my shirt and I threw it in the dirty clothes bin. My girlfriend started kissing me, but ultimately, I went back to the game. It was just too hot. The sweat was dripping down my back, and it burned like hellfire. Knowing something was wrong, I asked my girlfriend to see if there was a rash or anything that might be causing it to itch or burn. The moment she saw my back, she slapped my neck and began cursing furiously. Confused, I asked her what was wrong, and she responded with, "Who's the bitch you're screwing?" I insisted I wasn't cheating on her, and she demanded to know who put the scratches on my back. But I had no clue what she was talking about. Obviously, had another girl put scratches all over my back, I wouldn't have removed my shirt and asked my girlfriend to look at it. She thought about that for a moment, but still gave me a look of distrust. I asked her to take a photo so I could at least see what she was talking about, and she did. The pictures did not disappoint. All the way down my back were 3 huge red scratches. Then my girlfriend wanted to know how the scratches did get there, if it wasn't another girl, because she knew it wasn't her. I explained that humans have 5 fingers. Unless the other girl was missing a couple of digits, something else made those marks. We shared a laugh, but she still seemed unsure. I reminded her that with the exception of work and quick trips to the corner store, I hadn't left the house all week. She'd even been taking me to and from work since she was on vacation. I never had time to run off with anyone else. That reasoning finally seemed to put her at ease, and she suggested that I see a priest about whatever it is that's following me. She wanted to know how long the physical attacks had been occurring, but I couldn't say for sure. That was the first time I saw it for myself. It's not exactly an area I see every day. So this morning, I was laying in bed in the process of accepting the day and getting ready, and I heard my bedroom door creak. I looked over, and I saw a very small, dimly lit face come through the door and come up to my side of the bed. I thought it was my son, who's 5, so I rolled over and was about to ask him what he wanted. The whole body was a shadow. The mouth, the nose, the eyes, they were the only parts that were illuminated. He held up a baby doll in one of those magic baby bottles right in front of his face and just stared at me. At this point, I knew it wasn't my son. And so I did what any grown woman would do. I put the covers over my head and rolled over to the other side of the bed. At that point, I felt the bed sink down, like the boy demon thing got into bed. So then I thought, okay, maybe it was my kid. And I looked over, and there was nothing. So at this point, I know I have to do a proper investigation and see if my kid was in his room. Sure enough, he's still in his room, tucked away, sound asleep. I also feel it's important to add that my son's door is messed up. He can't fully close it as it has to be finessed shut because the hinges are bent. So if he'd opened the door, I would have heard a noticeable noise, and if he closed it, it would have slammed. This also isn't the first time I've seen a shadow child try to get in my bed. I have about 3 other, slightly less interesting stories involving this possible spirit. Kids say the darndest things, right? Kindergarten teacher here. Earlier this month, the parent of a student contacted me about a death in the family. Her mother, the student's grandmother, she'd been living with them until she passed. The family took a week off, and they just returned late last week. On Monday, the student comes into class, completely exhausted. I kept him inside for recess, and he slept the whole time in our little reading nook. Before the kids got back in, I woke him up and asked how his weekend was and why he's so tired. The little boy tells me his grandma is keeping him awake at night. I ask if he's been having sad dreams that have been waking him up. Experiencing a close loss is traumatic for a child, and originally, I assumed and expected him to be a bit off after he returned. But he says it's not when he's dreaming. Before he's asleep, Grandma hides in his closet and calls out for him, calling his name and telling him to come play with her. He says it scares him, so he tries to stay as quiet as possible. I ask if it could be the sound of a TV in another room or loud neighbors, and he says no. He knows it's her because when he doesn't reply, she sometimes will poke her head out and either keeps calling for him or starts meowing like an old cat. My next question is, has he told his mom about this? He said yes, but she doesn't believe that Grandma's hiding in the closet. I asked, why doesn't he just go to Mom's room when Grandma scares him? He says the closet is right next to his bedroom door, and he's afraid that she'll jump out and grab him if he tries to run. All my years as an undergrad, still paying off college debt, and I'm already running into problems I wasn't taught how to handle. So, next recess, he and I visit our school's guidance counselor. She's amazing with children and a seasoned vet when it comes to tackling tough situations. But even she was at a loss for words when he finished his story. She asked him to draw a picture of what he sees. She and I shared the same uneasy expression when his drawing was complete. After school, I called his mom to converse about the day. Speaking with his mom, she's well aware of her son's fears. She also told me that she's been hearing noises too, but doesn't want to scare her son by confirming his fears are real. She said that her next plan was to get in contact with their church, to get someone over there to bless the house. Until then, she's going to let him sleep in the living room this week. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if Grandma pays another visit. Childcare workers. What's the darndest thing kids have ever told you? How would you handle this situation? My friends and I had this goofy paranormal group. We got together maybe a year ago and did this seance at my friend's apartment. We do have a friend who's likely psychic, Frances. She couldn't come because she was working. That night we were recording because we were trying to see if we could get EVPs. We used this ghost app on someone's iPad, which I don't think any of us took very seriously, but we were using it for what it's worth. Frances had told us to make sure to ask for only high vibrational spirits, so that's what we did. And she told us to ask for signs like making the candles flash. Later that night, I texted Frances, and she said that the spirit wanted us to close the window. That made a lot of sense because the window was open, and if we'd closed the window, we probably would have been able to hear the sounds clearer and louder. Francis was texting me throughout, and that's why we were asking certain questions, like if their name was Ellen. Also, Francis mentioned something about a piano when I first got there. I didn't think much of it until later, when I heard the notes. To me, it sounded like the sounds were coming from right in front of their apartment door, inside the apartment. It was like coming out of the ether or something. I've tried Googling, but I haven't come up with anything like this. Has anyone experienced something like this before? I also feel like an idiot. In this session, I keep asking for a sign, and the person or spirit did give us a sign. Oh well. My friends and I have a date to try a seance again to communicate this Saturday. Anyone have any advice on what I can or should do to encourage the spirit? We believe it's friendly. Sniffers, my friend's cat, was also there. We did a Ouija board thing a couple of years ago there as well. The planchette kept going off the board towards my friend Kim, who wasn't there the night of the seance. I'd never seen that happen before. I read later that it means something is trying to escape the board. Anyone ever heard that before? Weird. Since using a Ouija board, I've had extreme sleep paralysis and objects moving. Firstly, I need to say I'm not sure how I feel about the paranormal. I've had a lot of experiences, but I've tried to believe that it's not real, due to being scared to believe in it 100%. I'm a 23-year-old female, and when I was a child, I saw a lot of stuff. I had a music box that would regularly play for me, without twisting it, which was given to me by my dead grandma. Also, my brother was sleeping one day on the top bunk, and a book somehow fell on his face. Yet, there was no bookshelf or anything around or above him, so it must have been thrown or something. He also said that he saw a dead girl on top of his wardrobe when he woke up screaming one night. He must have been around 6 years old. When I was a young girl, I had a China doll that my mom won from the fair. Sounds typical, I know. One day I woke up and the China doll was on my chest, when I knew that I'd put it at the end of the bed on the dresser. So my brother and I smashed it up. We were traumatized. I was so scared by all of the stuff that had happened, I had to see a counselor. Because I was petrified, I forgot to mention, I also heard a scream from under my bed. And one day, me and my brother slept in the living room, and we heard heavy breathing. We both held our breath and realized it was something else. We ran upstairs into our parents' room. Also, I'm not sure if this is relevant or helps, but we have traveler's blood in our family. My mom's mom was a witch and did readings or something. Unfortunately, she turned into an alcoholic, so my mom was adopted as a very young baby. So she doesn't know much about her, and she was brought up differently. We're not travelers or anything. I could write an entire post about this, but my mom was literally able to predict her stepmom's death and has dreams about accidents that have happened. The other day, she dreamt someone wearing red got hit by a scooter. And that same day, we drove past a serious scooter accident where the injured was wearing a red top, just like she dreamt about. Also, if she's ever cursed people, they've died, so she doesn't do that anymore. I've had dreams and have started to predict things lately too. But I like to think that all of this is just coincidence. However, lately, I'm questioning that belief. Anyways, a few years ago when I was 18, I decided to try using a Ouija board in my house with my brother and with my mom's permission. We didn't do it for long, and I know it was stupid, Apparently we got through to something, and it said that it had been watching me since I was a child. But I just assumed my brother was playing a prank on me, so we stopped. I kid you not. That same week, I started getting sleep paralysis, and for 4 years, I get it almost every day. When I get sleep paralysis, it feels like it's something evil, usually the same thing or multiple different things. 60% of the time, I'm being touched or assaulted. It also whispers things to me, and it can be really horrible or sometimes really nice. I wake up drenched in sweat because it can be that scary. I feel it's taken a toll on my mental health, my overall sleep. Also, when I've seen it, it looks like a long, tall, black figure with long nails. I'm writing this post because the other day, not only did I have sleep paralysis, but I awakened to my chandelier moving, and it freaked the shit out of me. I had no windows open or anything, so what the fuck was that? Also, I've woken up to hearing other things move. If I've invited something into my house, or I've had something attached to me all of my life, how do I get rid of it? I'm scared. What should I do? I've always had spooky happenings go on around me. I have multiple stories of seeing shadow people and spirits, and of hearing stuff that was less than natural. I might post about those other experiences someday, but for now, I'll just tell the stories of a demon that followed my family around for a while. I haven't talked about this in years, as I hated how crazy it made me sound. I also don't like talking about it because it tends to make activity start up again. But luckily, no one in my family has experienced these things since I last saw him in 2012. I'll try to keep the stories as brief as possible and only list what details are necessary. But buckle up, because there was a lot of activity for many years. A bit of background. I grew up in a non-denominational Christian household. My dad in particular was a very strong believer. After him, my sister and I are the biggest believers, and my brother's now an atheist, though he was a believer at the time. My mom didn't experience this demon at all. In the house were my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister, and I. My dad was the first one who saw him. It was in the early 2000s, I think 2001 or 2002. My dad was studying to become a commercial airline pilot. He was licensed to fly helicopters and private Cessnas and jets, but he wanted to expand his horizons and challenge himself in a new way. He operated a flight school in our hometown, so he was a busy guy. He used to get up around 4 a.m. to study so that he wouldn't miss or lose any time during work, or during family time after my siblings and I would get home from school. My dog would always accompany him to the dining room, which is where he would set up for the morning. One of these mornings, my dog went to the sliding glass door that led to our backyard from the dining room and started barking like she was going mad. My dad ran to let her out before she woke anyone up, but she immediately started whining and backed away from the door once he'd opened it. My dad, who initially thought she saw a possum or a coyote, as we used to get them all the time in our backyard, told her to go outside to chase whatever it was out in the yard. Usually, she'd tear off like a bolt of lightning, but she just continued to whine and back up. My dad looked out the door to see if he could see what was scaring her so badly, and that's when he saw him. A large, hulking black figure that was moving very slowly, encircling the house next door. As soon as he saw him, my dad gasped and froze. When he gasped, the figure stopped and turned its head toward my dad. He didn't really have a face, but my dad felt his eyes on him. As soon as it looked at him, the words, "strong man," popped into my dad's head. He knew that was what it was called. They stared at each other for a bit, before strong man eventually turned its head back forward and resumed his slow march around the house next door. I was only 9 or 10 at the time, so I didn't hear this story until much later. But this does mark the first time anyone in my family saw him. After that, my dad would periodically look out the windows when he was studying to check before he would let my dog out to do her business. And he would see him from time to time. But now, instead of circling the house next door, he would be circling ours. The next person to see him was my brother. At this time, my brother was a typical angsty teenager with an added helping of snark. He was about 14 or 15 and was going through a hard time at school, which made him act out at home. My parents were struggling with how to reconnect with him and were coming up short. One night, my brother was listening to music in his room, brooding over something or other, as you do when you've got more big feelings than you know how to handle, when he saw a giant shadow rise up from the bottom of his window to past the top. He had heard my dad's story by this point and knew immediately that this was what he was seeing. Now, this next part is going to sound ridiculous because, well, let's just be honest, because it is ridiculous. My brother growled at it. Yes, literally growled. As you might suspect, nothing happened. My brother started feeling this really oppressive energy and then said, "You're not welcome here." Strong man didn't move. My brother then said, "In the name of Jesus, leave." He then slowly moved away. Around this time, my sister, at the time 13 or 14, was home alone one night. She was in the living room watching TV when she heard a knock at the front door. She went to go check it, but didn't see anyone there. She shrugged it off and went back to watch TV. She then heard a knock on the sliding glass door in the dining room. Now she's spooked because that goes to our backyard, and why would someone knock on that door? She doesn't get up and look and kind of huddles into blankets trying to hide. Then she hears a knock at the French doors that lead to our backyard from the living room, essentially right next to where she's sitting. She immediately started to pray and then heard knocking coming from all 3 doors at once. We came home to find her sobbing, huddled in a ball of blankets in her room. After this, I was finally told about what my dad had been seeing and what my brother experienced. We don't know if what happened to my sister was because of strongman, but it definitely was intended to scare her. After this, the sightings experiences seemed to slow down, but would always pick right back up if any of us talked about it, either with each other or to an outside party. In 2005, my dad died in a routine flight check. My whole family kind of imploded. My mom went off the deep end into alcoholism and shut down. My brother was away doing his service for the Finnish military, and my sister and I only had each other to cling on to. My sister kind of became my secondary mom and was dealing with the stressors of her senior year of high school and trying to figure out what she was going to do for college. Up until this point, I'd never experienced anything supernatural. I started doubting God and stopped going to church. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in God anymore, but I was bitterly angry at him for taking away my dad and the effect that it had on my family. My mom decided that we couldn't live in the house that had had so many memories of my dad, so she bought the house next door. Not the one from the beginning of the story, but the one on the other side. I was 14 at this time. As it was right next door, we took our time moving. A few months after moving, I had my first experience with strongman. The house we moved into was a 2-story, and my new bedroom faced our old house and had a wooden fence separating the 2 backyards right underneath it. One night, I was up late reading and my mom was out drinking with some colleagues. My brother and sister were now in college and living in the dorms on campus. My dog was with me in my bedroom, so I felt comfortable. As I was reading, I started to feel heavy. I don't know how to really describe it other than feeling wrong and heavy. I chalked it up to Home Alone jitters and went on reading. As I was reading, I started hearing a scratching on the fence below my window. My dog started growling intermittently, and I'd have to tell her to shush because I thought it was just a possum. As I said before, we got a lot in that area. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that I started to realize that the scratches were coming in rounds of 3s. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. So on and so on for a good long while. The feeling of heaviness just increased, and I started to feel some fear prickling along my skin. I closed my book, and the scratching stopped. I waited a minute and didn't hear anything, so I just opened my book back up and kept reading. The scratching started again. I closed my book again, and it stopped mid-scratch. Even though I was feeling far from God, I started praying for Jesus to take away all the evil from the house, to send his light here instead. And I prayed and prayed and prayed. The scratching got louder, the louder I prayed, until I finally said, Amen. And the scratching stopped, fully. I couldn't sleep after that. I had to wait for my mom to come home around 4 that morning. About a year or so later, my sister and I went on a trip to Finland to visit my grandparents. While there, I had a crazy dream while I was napping on my grandparents' couch. I won't post the entirety of it unless anyone is interested, but essentially, I dreamed that I was getting possessed and was woken up by my grandma saying I was doing things in my sleep that I felt myself doing in my dream. It was really freaky, and I hated it. Around this time, I also started waking up about 3 a.m. every night. This continued even when we went back home, and eventually just became part of life. I didn't think anything of it until I was telling a friend about my sleep issues, and she told me that 3 a.m. was the demonic witching hour. Cool. After this summer, my mom got remarried to my stepdad, and we moved into his house. His house was in an older part of town, with lots of beautiful Victorians on tree-lined streets. It was picturesque, to say the least. Regardless, this is where most of the activity happened. I have story upon story of different activity happening in this house. But those are better told another time, as they don't necessarily relate to strongman. I did have multiple times when the same feeling of heaviness that accompanied him would just come upon me, and I'd pray him away. I saw him just one time at this house. I was coming home from an evening church service and was about to turn into my driveway when he just rose up, seemingly from the ground, right in front of my car. I thought I was going to hit something solid, but I just drove right through him and turned into my drive. I was so scared to get out of the car, but that overwhelming feeling became too oppressive, and I had to get away. I started praying out loud and ran to my house. I saw him one other time in college, outside of my dorm, when I looked out the window one evening after a late night of studying. He always showed up when things would start to feel normal again, almost as if to say, I'm still here. It was awful. That was the last time I saw him. I haven't had a demonic experience since. Thank God. Sorry this was so long. It just happened over many, many years. I don't randomly wake up at 3 a.m. anymore. I don't get that oppressively heavy feeling randomly either. I hope I never have to experience either of those ever again. So this morning around 5 a.m., I woke up to my boyfriend nudging me in the back, trying to wake me up. I remembered him seeming panicked, but don't remember what he was saying. We ended up just going back to sleep. We hadn't really talked about what happened because we were at work and uni, but he just told me about it. He told me that this morning he was woken up by me having a full-on conversation with something whilst leaning on my elbow. I was facing the corner of the room where the closed door was. The door was completely black, and the center was the darkest place in the room. He couldn't make out what I was saying, but he said it was like I was speaking to something. He said he turned around and looked at me. I then turned over and went back to sleep. That's when he started nudging me. He said it really scared him and was the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to him. I've never talked in my sleep before or anything like that. We've slept in the same bed for 2 years and I've never done anything like this. He said a few things in his sleep before, but he's never sat up and acted like he was having a conversation. But he said I was full on looking at something and talking to it. I have no memory of this at all. In the past year, I've experienced some sleep paralysis. I've seen figures standing in the doorway. So this kind of scares me. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the doors open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me, plus the rocking chair. Too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed, and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me, and I'm scared shitless after this. I think we let something in my house. So my friends and I were all hanging out. There were 5 of us, and later only 4. Due to a power outage, we resorted to playing board games with candles lit and flashlights out. My sister suggested that we try to summon a ghost and shit like that, as a joke, or just to have some fun and occupy the time. We all decided to go along with it for the time being, and we started by joining hands and inviting spirits to join us, or whatever we'd read online on how to summon things. We did this multiple times in 2 separate rooms, and it started with us hearing noises that could have very well been creaks or knocks from my house being old. But I started being convinced that it wasn't coincidence. We would hear noise whenever asking for signs, and only then. We weren't getting much, so we all just started hanging out and talking in the family room like normal. After a while of just hanging out and talking, everyone in the room froze as my bathroom door at the end of the hallway slammed shut. Everyone was quiet, and I started getting excited as we actually had proof of something. So now, everyone in the room was on board that something was with us. And it was pretty undeniable by this point. Our 5th friend ended up leaving after this, so it was only the 4 of us left. We came to the conclusion a majority of the activity was coming from around the hallway, so we decided to move into the hallway and try to communicate with whatever was there. We sat down and asked for signs. Our friend said that he heard noises coming from the kitchen, but the rest of us didn't hear anything. So I asked for more signs. Then, clear as day, all of us heard a noise like a sigh, and everyone freaked out as they heard it. My sister actually managed to get an audio recording of the noise, but I'm not sure how to go about sharing that. Everyone had to calm down, and as we calmed down, we decided to leave the house. As I'm writing this, I haven't gone back yet. So this starts out rather boring. A few years ago, I signed a lease on an apartment for my final years of university. It's a studio apartment, nothing special. The building itself is only notable for the fact that the architecture is so unremarkable. There's a modern high-rise across the street and a historic apartment building next door. When I first picked up my keys, the landlord's employee who gave them to me told me that she lived in the building and that I could go to her if I needed anything after hours. This wasn't a weird or sexual comment, as the property office closed at 3 on weekdays and noon on Fridays. Fast forward several months, and I'm noticing strange behavior from her. She no longer says hello to me or any of the other tenants. She's complaining about loud noises coming from my apartment when I'm not home, and I've made sure all of my appliances are off and in power save mode. She'd also wake up at an ungodly early hour, 4 a.m., and have an extensive phone call, 2 hours, and then go back to sleep, only to wake up crying loudly by 9 a.m. This was a consistent pattern, 4 or 5 days a week. After the Christmas holiday, I receive a call from the landlord's office, asking me if I've recently had contact with this girl. I say no, as I've been in my home state for the holiday for over a week. The rep from the office says that she didn't properly prep the building before she left on holiday, and there was a pipe that burst, some ventilation damage, and other assorted issues. I return to my apartment the day before New Year's Eve so I can celebrate with friends, and I run into her boyfriend on the front stoop of the building. He tells me that he hasn't heard from her in a few days, which is unusual behavior for her. We knocked on her apartment door. She immediately began shouting at us, screaming our names, even though we never identified ourselves, merely knocked. Her boyfriend left shortly thereafter. He was needed at work. I went into my unit to make dinner, but began to receive a flurry of rage-filled, hateful text messages from her number. Given the contrast of the violence in her messages and what I perceived was her normal self, I was alarmed. I texted her boyfriend and I called the landlord. The landlord said they would look into it when business resumed on January 2nd. Her boyfriend texted me several hours later, something about her dad was going to be visiting that following week. I shrugged off the angry texts and I deleted them. I had no intention of pressing harassment charges. Later that week, I see her father's truck in the lot behind the building. While I was taking out garbage, I walk up and I say hello, exchange a few pleasantries. I didn't notice right away, but his pupils were quite small. Without attempting to be intrusive, I asked how his daughter was doing, just to be polite. At that moment, his demeanor changed profoundly, and he seemed to be in a hurry to leave the lot. Thinking nothing of it, I went back inside. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, I started having trouble sleeping. Not just tossing and turning, but I would take sleeping pills and I would get only 6 hours of sleep every 2 days. It was a very difficult period. One night, I decided to forego the over-the-counter sleep aids to try to reset my body clock. As I lay there in the dark, I could see things moving in my apartment. People have said it was like a trick of the light or something. But the thing is, I use 2 layers of blackout curtains on each window, and I unplug all of my electronics each night. There was nowhere for the light to come in from in order to create this sort of shadow play. So I decided to lie still until I was fully able to finally fall asleep. At 3 a.m., I was awoken by the sound of her crying. But this time, it was more like a howling. It was the most unsettling noise I've heard in my 2.5 decades on this planet. That semester, I was in a class with a boyfriend who was a graduate student at the time. We became friends over the course of this semester, and he began to confide in me events that were more disturbing than what I'd already experienced. Despite no personal or family history of mental illness, he told me that one evening while they were out to dinner, she lied to him that she was pregnant. He, doing his best to cope with that news, started talking with her about how they could raise the child. In his excitement, he rattled off to her a handful of baby names that he was fond of. To his surprise, she had a strong dislike for one of the girl names, and she became so enraged, she stabbed herself in the hand with a steak knife. This information caught me totally off guard, and I was in disbelief. He told me that her parents drove from 4 hours away to check her into a mental hospital for the involuntary 72 hours. After that time was over, physicians couldn't pinpoint a clear diagnosis, so she was released without mandated supervision. As the semester wore on, her behavior grew increasingly unhinged. I no longer spoke to her, but one time sneezed late at night, which angered her to the point that she tried to file a noise complaint against me. That incident resulted in her being fined. By the time exams came around, I wanted to move out more than I wanted to pass any of my classes. After finals ended, she packed up her belongings and moved out. In an effort to be helpful, I carried a few boxes to the U-Haul that she'd rented and had parked in the lot. Sitting on top of one of the smaller boxes, I noticed a wooden board with the words yes and no branded on it, along with the English alphabet and numbers. It was a Ouija board. After she left, I lived in that apartment another year and never again encountered the strange shadow apparitions. Also, her replacement moved into the same apartment and, on occasion, would tell me that his apartment smelled rotten, like there was something dead in the walls. I never told him about seeing the Ouija board, but to this day, I suspect she had some sort of demonic attachment or oppression after treating the Ouija like a toy, and that negative energy had bled into my apartment while leaving a permanent marker on the unit she still inhabited. Very unsettling. This is going to be a long read, so please bear with me. All of this took place from around 2017 and 2018. There are 4 main people: myself, my name's SARA, Olivia, Megan, and Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't get involved until later in the story. We'll call the 2 spirits Blue and Red for reasons that I feel fit them well. And we always knew that it was the same 2 entities through consistencies with mannerisms and knowledge from previous sessions. A quick bit of information on Blue and Red. These are paired spirits. I know that they died together. However, I've been asked not to share much more than that. There was a time once when I did. I ended up facing a bunch of bad luck. Just know that these are paired spirits. You barely ever get one without the other being there too. Red was a very strong entity, and you could always tell because whenever they were around, their energy was so strong that you could feel a lot of pressure on your chest and shoulders. I even remember my ears ringing at some point. Blue was a weaker entity because there was a noticeable difference in the amount of pressure in your chest and shoulders. Both of them together could be suffocating. Anyways, it was around 11 p.m. or so on one evening. If I remember correctly, I was on a Skype call with Megan and Olivia, 2 of my closest internet friends at the time. We were just chatting about random things until one of us, I believe it might have been Megan, decided that we should try a Ouija board. I was skeptical at first because I hadn't heard about anything good happening from using one of those. To be completely honest, I was a bit of a scaredy cat, and I opted out of being part of the first session. Olivia and Megan did it without me, and later, they went on and on about how they couldn't believe it actually worked. I became a lot more intrigued, so I decided that I would join them for the next session. The next session occurred the next day, and I was giddy with excitement and anxiety. Olivia pulls out the board over our Skype call, and we begin. Of course, I wanted to ask all of the obvious questions like how they died or what their life was like. These entities, especially Red, were very talkative. Red would be the spokesperson, if you will, if both entities were present, and the planchette would always move considerably fast. However, if we asked any questions about their lives or death, the planchette would either move incredibly slow or not at all. They were super willing to discuss anything else, though, such as music. It almost felt as if we, a couple of teenagers at the time, were talking to two other teenagers. The paranormal experiences we had were the stereotypical ones that most people might have with a Ouija board. However, these experiences would occur even when we weren't having a session. It would include objects falling off the shelves, items disappearing and reappearing somewhere else, footsteps, tapping, knocking, door handles jiggling, electronics turning off randomly, etc. I'd also had other experiences in the beginning too that almost felt like these entities were pulling pranks on me. There was one time I needed to straighten my hair, so I turned my straightener on. I walked away for about a minute, came back, and it was off. I turned it back on again, went to use the restroom, and it was off again when I came back. I've also had this experience when a brand new charger of mine disappeared from its spot for a few days. I tore the house apart looking for it. Well, a few days later, I found the charger in a different spot than where I know I'd left it. Except when I found it, the wires were exposed. It looked like one had been either removed or cut. Of course, the charger no longer worked. A third experience I had occurred when I noticed all of my brand new razors began to be dulled. I had bought a pack of 5 or something, and the blade had been so dulled that you could barely see the blade at all. No matter how hard I pressed, the razor wouldn't even begin to get rid of the hair growing back on my legs. This happened with about 5 or so razors. I actually still have them because I wanted to keep them as proof or something. Anyway, over time, the paranormal experiences began to escalate. We started seeing the same ghostly figures. However, they didn't like to let you look for long. Blue was the taller of the two. Anytime they appeared, they'd be well over 6 feet tall. They had a head, but they had no face. Red was the same way. No face, except they were shorter, appearing under 6 feet. Megan and Olivia and I would also dream about them in similar ways. They wouldn't have a face in our dreams either, just a regular person without any features. Most of the dreams I experienced weren't too crazy, except for one. I can remember 4 dreams specifically. One was just blue and red and I drinking in a park or something. Another was blue and I sitting at a table in a dimly lit room talking. And it ended with Blue giving me a hug. The third occurred just after my dog passed away. I had a dream with Blue, and I was just talking about my dog, showing them pictures as they comforted me. Then, the fourth dream. It was the most confusing. I was in a school, and I was hiding under a desk. I had a gun, and they just stood there, watching me, very intently. I don't remember much else, though, because that might have been the point when I woke up. It also intensified in a way that none of us really knew how to react. Megan was joking around with Olivia and called her a hoe. It wasn't serious at all, but Red took it as a serious matter anyways and spent the entire next day messing with Megan in a mean way. She had her car door closed on her. Her milkshake exploded in her face, like someone had squeezed the cup really hard. Anyway, this is when Elizabeth starts to get involved because Megan tells her about the experiences. Megan and Elizabeth know each other in person, and Megan would often talk to Elizabeth because they had been best friends for a long time. Megan had been feeling excluded during the sessions, and Elizabeth was feeling skeptical of everything. This led to an argument, and I remember Blue stating word for word, "It's like talking to a brick wall," when referencing the argument with Megan. This argument led to Megan not really participating much anymore with Olivia and I. However, she and Elizabeth started doing their own sessions privately, without Olivia and I knowing until later on. Olivia and I continued doing the board together. The group got to a point where we were sort of paired. Blue would hang around with me more, and Red would hang around with Olivia more. I remember 2 times when I was at school, I was bored. I was in English class one day, and I felt Blue near me because of the pressure on my shoulders. I grabbed a sheet of paper and I wrote that I was bored. And I said that Blue should do something to scare everyone. Well, sure enough, when we were all standing at the back of the classroom, 10 or so minutes later, a laptop at the front of the room was shoved across the desk on its own. Then there was another time when myself and some others were sitting in the auditorium. I did the same thing. I grabbed a piece of paper, said I was bored, and told Blue that they should do something to try to scare everyone. Not long after, there was a loud banging coming from the back wall of the auditorium. It was so loud it sounded like fireworks. Nobody could have been doing it from the other side either, because the other side was a brick wall. I'll go over a few other experiences that stand out to me, even 4 years later. Some guys were bothering me in the hallway at school. It was just us because classes were still going on. All of a sudden, I felt Blue's energy, and this was followed by a really loud banging on the lockers. Everyone was confused, and the boys, they decided to go back to class because the experience was so strange to them. Once I was left alone in the hallway, the banging stopped. Then there were a few times when I was in the art room. I'd get this intense pins and needles feelings on my arm and wrist, followed by the smell of floral perfume. I was confused the first time it happened, and I wondered, where was it coming from? Until Olivia mentioned some perfume that she had. I asked her what it smelled like, and then smelled my wrist again. And that's when the dots connected. This entity had, for some reason, put Olivia's perfume on my wrist. This only happened whenever I was anxious in class. Anyways, this continued for a while. However, Olivia and I both going through a lot individually because neither of us had great childhoods or an easy time at school. This is when we started to grow apart because it was affecting our relationship. I'm not entirely sure how this conversation came up. I think Elizabeth had messaged me to warn Olivia and I not to do the board anymore. I was confused and I started asking her all of these questions about what's going on. This is when she told me that her and Megan had continued using the board on their own. And these are what I remember to be the correct order of events that happened during Megan and Elizabeth's session. A female spirit, Blue and Red, were contacted. So 3 spirits. I believe the female spirit was contacted first. The female spirit admitted to being evil, and she said to stay away from Blue and Red. The female admitted to wanting Megan, Elizabeth, and myself out. She even admitted to trying to scare me away. We believe she may have stopped or may have been made to stop by Blue and Red. We still have unanswered questions about this female spirit. However, Blue and Red didn't share anything about this female spirit being around in our session previously. After the female spirit, Megan and Elizabeth were able to get through to Blue and Red. Megan and Elizabeth tried asking about the female spirit. However, neither would give up any information. Blue and Red just told them to stay away from her. The female spirit came through again and said the same about Blue and Red, to stay away from them. Blue and Red came back through. Red wouldn't admit to anything, and Blue stated that they never wanted us to know about the female spirit. Neither were showing any aggression at this point. Then, Elizabeth explains how Blue's behavior changed. They wanted emotion and even started flirting, making sexual comments, saying that they loved Elizabeth. Elizabeth gently rejected them, and Blue seemed hurt. This is when I became skeptical that it was the same spirit at all. However, it really was Blue. They were giving information about myself that nobody else would have known, and this was without Megan and Elizabeth asking for it. Blue proved to be who they were more by giving very extensive, consistent information about themselves. They also acted anxious, depressed, shy, and quiet, like normal. Their most common sentence during the session was, "Love me." They didn't get Red a ton at first, from what they believe, but whenever they did, Blue would hardly speak afterwards, if at all. Red is a strong entity, much stronger than Blue. It was this session that made that obvious. What was also made more obvious was how territorial they were. Red told Elizabeth that she didn't like her for the first few months of her being involved because she was too skeptical of them. She'd wanted to profile them and get information. At this point, Elizabeth tells me this: Red loves to play, and so does Blue. It's not a game that you can mutually play because you don't know the rules. You don't even know the game. This is when things really ramped up quickly. Elizabeth was consumed with an overwhelming amount of anger. She threw the planchette across the room, and nothing but purely hateful things just started spilling out of her mouth. She didn't even remember what she had said. And I wasn't there to be able to say either. That's when Blue came through again and kept saying, "Love me." Elizabeth snapped at them like she'd never snapped before, saying that she didn't love them, that she could never love anybody. She said some other things, but I was never told what. Elizabeth was consumed by anger once again, and she said it was so intense that there was this white noise in her ears. And that's when the board said this over and over again: "You're just like me. You're just like me. You're just like me." Elizabeth called for Blue, but the board spelled Red's name, or their nickname, from when they were alive. At this point, Elizabeth was crying and denying it, but she was still filled with so much anger. And then Megan started to be filled with a sadness and depression that she'd never felt in her life, and she struggled to calm down. Then the board said, "You try to figure me out because you're scared." Remember, Elizabeth was skeptical and wanted information. By the time the board finishes spelling this out, Elizabeth became aware that she had been saying, "I'm just like them. I'm just like them. I'm just like them," over and over again. The board spelled, "You're gonna break," as Elizabeth kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. Megan began to get angry at this point. This is the last time I remember or have the conversation, but I do remember Olivia and I not believing what they told us about that experience. I don't know why, but we continued to do the board, but not for very long. We continued growing apart before finally deciding that it was no longer healthy for us to be friends. We haven't done the board in a long time. However, I still feel them around, and I know that they're there. In fact, I've had to move locations completely while writing this because the energy has been so strong. I can even feel their breath on my arms as I write. The hood of my car is completely engulfed in flames. It's rush hour in East LA, and the people could give a fuck less about the spectacle taking place next to them. They're all too busy mentally preparing for their day ahead, distracted enough to ignore the man pushing a fireball down the road. Hi, my name is Amir. I bet you're wondering how I got there. Well, I'm pretty sure my car was haunted. It was also cheap, so no, I'm absolutely not throwing that out as a suspected reason why I no longer have my means of transportation. But up until the spontaneous explosion of my engine, none of the issues have been mechanical, just unsettling. The car was a 2011 Toyota Yaris hatchback. I'd purchased it used from the owner on Craigslist. I even checked the car's history. No accidents, not one scratch. A month goes by, and even with the music off, I still hear talking in the car. A couple times I've looked in my rearview mirror, and only for an instant will I make eye contact with someone in the back seat. Every time, I scream and almost crash. Of course, during the first month, I attempted to gaslight myself, creating absurd excuses in my head as to why I was experiencing these terrors. Black shadow mass in the back seat. It could have been the light hitting my eyes at just the right angle in the mirror. And the whispers, they could easily be attributed to the friction of slightly low tires. But then one afternoon, while driving home from work, a cop pulls me over. I'm already paranoid that he'll smell the weed, but this interaction went in a direction I didn't expect. When the cop asks for my license and registration, he leans into my window and says, "Where'd your buddy go?" In my paranoid brain, I think he's making a Mary Jane reference or something. But thankfully, before I have an opportunity to act on my assumption and incriminate myself, I stuttered out, "Buddy, sir?" The cop still has his head looking into my back seat, and then he quickly recoils out to scan the desolate road. His attention focuses back on me, and this time his delivery clearly spoken with aggravation. He tells me that when he lit up the car and pulled us over, he clearly saw 2 occupants in the car. With my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, I try to explain that I'm the only one here. The officer is having none of it. My words fall upon deaf ears as he takes another step back, removing his gun from the holster and telling me to get out of the car. I've never been a big anarchist in my youth. My style and music taste is rather bland, and physically, I'll never be the biggest man in a social situation. So, when Mr. Policeman pointed his gun at me, I listened. He searches me, cuffs me, then puts me in the back of his car, before turning around and searching under and around my car for the second occupant. He obviously never found one. He was sure he'd seen someone in my car, but was equally as sure that he hadn't seen anyone get away. He'd only pulled me over to discuss my tabs, not really an arrestable offense, so I was released. There was something about his entire demeanor after he'd thoroughly investigated my car and its surroundings. Clearly, he was spooked. Getting back into my car after that felt different, to say the least. Was I relieved that someone else witnessed the strangeness? Only slightly. Sure, I'm not crazy, but I still had to drive the car. So, after that event, but before my car was engulfed in flames on the highway, there's one other occurrence that solidified my unease. It's another one I can't really explain. This happened at one of the most inopportune times imaginable. That seems to be a trend in my life, but anyway, I was on a date. The date was going well. Actually, screw that, it was going great. Like, we're hitting it off, chemistry for sure. We met up at this outdoor movie event put on by the city where my date lived. Close to my own, but a bit bigger. It wasn't fancy. I mean, the movie playing was Scooby-Doo, so our expectations were that level. After that good time, we decided to walk around the park with the brilliant idea of going to catch the sunset with some ice cream. This is where my date trusts me enough to get into my car. And how do I repay her? Well, I open the door for her, and as she gets in, I see her face change dramatically. She's instantly turned off, and I'm instantly insecure. Then, I smell it. My car smells like an ashtray, like my grandmother's old trailer, heavy and thick. It was like actual smoke should have accompanied the smell, but there was none. My date and I are still sort of connected since I was holding her hand as I got her into the car. In a total knee-jerk reaction, I pulled her back out of the car, apologizing profusely. She's confused, saying she didn't realize I was a smoker. She's also apologizing for her reaction. I explain that I'm not a smoker, and she gives me a look of disappointment, saying, I could handle if you were a smoker. I mean, I'd probably make you quit, but lying? That's just stupid. And without another word, she was walking back to where I'd originally met her. Obviously, I don't smoke cigarettes. And before you say that it was probably weed, it wasn't. If you've ever smoked weed or smelled cigarettes, you know the difference. And this was clearly tobacco smoke. That smell, it lasted for 3 days. It made me physically sick, and I almost considered selling the car at that point, for real. And that brings us to the highway fire. Normal commute for me is several hours in the car, at least one in awful traffic. What gets me through all of this is the radio. I'm in between songs listening to some banter on K-Rock when I catch a glimpse of this shadow in the back seat. I do my normal, get scared and almost wreck my car, and then I'm incredibly frustrated, almost punching at my steering wheel but holding back. My radio then cuts out, just going into no signal mode. A loud, intense static fills my car, far louder than the music or discussion that was happening prior. I'm driving like an asshole now, but for whatever reason, nothing I do to the radio makes a difference. So I give up, and then it stops. I don't even want to be in the car at this point, but what choice do I have? I don't bother trying to turn the radio back on. I decide I'll drive in silence. Of course, that's interrupted by the faint sound of talking. Familiar, but distressing nonetheless. As I'm looking forward, I see from the top of my vision, the rear-view mirror starts to tilt ever so slightly. I look at it. No shadow there, but I swear on everything, I felt something in that car. It felt like it was sitting right next to me, and it looked as though it was moving the mirror towards itself. I move my gaze slightly, and sure enough, a black mass is idling in the passenger seat. This all happened in a matter of seconds, all while I calmly try merging towards the far lane to exit, It wasn't my exit, but I just had that horrible feeling about being on the road, being in this car. I felt as though I was losing control of the car itself. I wish so badly I could explain what that felt like, accurately anyway, but I'll try. It felt like even though I wanted to slow down, I was finding myself accelerating. I wanted to keep my eyes on the road, but this black mass was pulling all of my attention, all of my focus. My hands on the steering wheel were burning. Instead of pulling back or protecting them in some way, I dug them in, creating an unnecessarily strong grip. Painful, yet I couldn't stop. Before I even make it over 2 lanes, I smell smoke. It smells like burning plastic. And immediately after, I see the entire hood of my car engulfed in flames. I somehow managed to make it over another 2 lanes without hitting anyone. As I reach the shoulder, it feels like the steering wheel is going to burn through my hands. Straight panicking that this car is going to lock me inside of it, burning me alive, I open the driver's side door, putting one foot out as I slow to a stop. Finally, I throw it in park, barely have enough time to grab my phone as another roar of flames bursts through the interior of my car. I waited close to an hour, all while watching my car burn. Ironically, I was now the traffic I despise so much. But I thought to myself, no way has anyone ever had such an excuse to cause traffic. This quite literally wasn't my fault, yet here I was. Well, here I am. No car, working with a rental. No future car plans in sight, given that I bought the car so cheap and not from a dealership. My quote from the insurance I already can't afford is about enough to cover a down payment for a car I could never afford. But at least I'm alive. I've tried to reach out to the guy who sold me the car, but I can't get any sort of response from him. He's told me the same thing twice now, so maybe that's why. All the car's history is in the report. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for teaching me that there is such thing as a deal too good to be true. I don't know, man. I think I'm still in shock. I'm a female, and I was 23 at the time of this story. These events took place in 2010, and I finally thought it was time to share the story of the horrifying events I went through with the demon in the basement. At the time, I'd been on the lookout for a new place to live, as my roommate had a cat, and I could no longer deal with my allergies. When I moved in with her, I was living in a dingy motel room, so having a roommate in a proper house was a serious upgrade. I thought the cat wouldn't be too much of an issue, but it was not to be. Being an animal lover, I could never even think about suggesting to someone to get rid of their beloved pet, so I opted to move out instead. I'd been searching for a new place for a couple of weeks when I came across an ad on Craigslist describing a room for rent on a waterfront property. It was surprisingly affordable, and I was very intrigued. There were no photos on the ad, but the address was pretty close by. So I took a drive over to the place to look at the property, and it was beautiful. It definitely looked lived in and well maintained, so I called the number on the ad later that afternoon to make an inquiry. This is when I first came across Crazy Patty. At first, she seemed extremely friendly on the phone. We laughed and joked and got along very well. She said that she'd be delighted to meet me and for me to come over any time to view the property and the room for rent. So I made an appointment for the next day. I pulled up in the driveway and was greeted by Patty, waving warmly at me from the front porch. She was a middle-aged woman, in her 40s. She had a kind of hippie-ish clothing style. She wore thick glasses and long, frizzy brown hair. She was shorter than me by a couple of inches, and she spoke in a kind of nasally baby voice. Now, before I continue, I'd like to give a little background on the women in my family. We're all gifted in the spiritual realm. The gift can be traced back to my great-great-grandmother, who could read tea leaves. She was extremely gifted and did readings for her entire life, until one day she finished her tea and read her son's death. Needless to say, she never read tea leaves again. Since then, the women on my mother's side have inherited some kind of special gift, whether it's clairvoyance, clairsentience, or something of that nature. Funnily enough, no one since my great-great-grandmother has had the ability to read tea leaves. I was lucky or unlucky enough to be clairvoyant, meaning I can see and hear, even smell things from the spirit world. These things happen very rarely to me, and at this point, I just considered my abilities a bit of an annoying quirk, and I had not yet accepted them as part of who I am. Even though I was aware of my gifts and the spirit world, I was still a very skeptical person. I always tried, and even wanted, to find rational explanations for things before I came to any conclusions about any kind of spiritual activity. Before these events, I had never experienced any kind of malevolent or demonic being. Since my phone conversation with Patty had gone so well, I was expecting us to get along just as well in real life. As I walked up the stairs of the porch to shake her hand, I immediately noticed her eyes. I can't fully explain how they looked, only that they were off. She said how nice it was to meet me and shook my hand. I immediately got icy chills down my spine. I managed to smile and said it was great to meet her too. She took me inside, and to be fair, the house was beautiful. It had a massive living room with huge skylights, and there were lush plants everywhere. The kitchen was ultra-modern and sparkling clean. There was also a huge 2-story deck out back, fully kitted out with furniture, a bar, and a fire pit. The deck opened out to a private beach on a lake. I immediately fell in love with the house. Patty took me downstairs to the finished basement, where the room for rent was. The basement consisted of 4 rooms, a large living room with a pool table, a bathroom, a smaller living room, and a bedroom. The rooms for rent were the bedroom and the smaller living room. Apart from being a little bit dark and without a huge amount of light, the rooms for rent were lovely. They were clean and fully furnished. Patty was extremely nice to me, and she seemed very excited to show me around, but something still seemed off about her. Despite the uneasiness I felt, I decided that I loved the house, and the next day, we went through with all the relevant paperwork. I paid my deposit, and before you know it, I was all moved in. At the time, I had no family where I was living. One side of my family was in Europe, where I'd just moved from at the beginning of the summer, or all the way down in the southern part of the United States. So I was feeling a little lonely, but I was optimistic. Patty worked during the day and I worked at night at the bar, so we rarely ran into each other. At first, this arrangement was perfect and I was settling in nicely. I had no issues until one night, about a week in, I decided to cook myself dinner. I had a night off, my first since moving in with Patty, and I was dying to use the gorgeous kitchen. Growing up, I was always taught to clean as I go, so I did just that. I heard Patty's key in the front door and greeted her as she walked into the kitchen. My smile flattened as I saw the expression on her face. She looked enraged, and she yelled at me. Her brow was furrowed, and her lips were pulled back in a snarl. I was completely shocked, and my body froze for a moment before I answered shakily that I was just cooking dinner. I tried to appease her by offering her some, but she swelled like an angry toad and screamed that I had destroyed her kitchen. Now, my dinner was fairly simple, and I'd been cleaning as I went along. The only thing that was dirty was one pan, which was already soaking in soapy water. I explained that I obviously had every intention of cleaning it up, but she screeched again, stomped down the hall, and slammed her bedroom door. I quickly cleaned up everything and made sure that the place was spotless before taking my plate down to my bedroom and eating down there so I didn't run into her again. After that, things got worse. Patty was no longer friendly to me and looked at me like I was just a gross insect that she longed to squash. I tried desperately to look for somewhere else to live, but I lived in a tourist area, and it was a seasonal town. It was coming into winter, and many businesses had shut down and residents moved out of state. I could find nowhere else to rent that I could afford. I even contacted my old roommate, but because of a sudden family issue, she'd moved back in with her parents. I kept looking for weeks, but I found nothing. As the weeks went by, it became apparent that Patty didn't want me there. She wanted no trace of a roommate in her house. She wanted to collect the money, and that was it. I tried to stay out of her way by doing my household chores and emerging from the basement when she was out of the house. On my night shifts, I went into work to eat dinner so that I didn't have to use the kitchen. I made sure to only buy microwave dinners for the nights that I couldn't afford to eat out. Every time I had to come upstairs and Patty was there, I would be met with her intense glare and those eyes that continued to be off somehow. At this point in time, my living situation had started to affect me physically. I was constantly exhausted. My skin was paler. I even became very skittish. It was after this change in me started to take hold that things in the basement started happening. Things would go missing and then turn up. At first, I just put this down to forgetfulness, which I'm prone to. But one day, something happened that made me incredibly uneasy. See, I always keep my work shoes in a specific spot when I come downstairs. I'd been called in for a day shift last minute, and I was getting my uniform on. On my way out, I went to grab my shoes, but they weren't there. Now, this was something I was not forgetful about. I always kept my shoes in this specific spot because Patty didn't want me dirtying up the carpet. I went upstairs to check and see if I'd left them up there, and I hadn't. I looked everywhere for them, and I couldn't find them anywhere. Not putting it past Patty to do something mean like take my shoes, I went back downstairs to grab a different pair, only to stop dead in my tracks. Right there, in their normal spot, were my shoes. My heart leaped out of my chest. What was going on? I knew I was forgetful at times, but they definitely weren't there a minute ago, were they? There had to be an explanation. Patty was at work, so I knew it wasn't her. And it was at that moment that the thought crept into my mind. Was there someone else in the house? Terrified, I grabbed my shoes and I ran upstairs. I grabbed my keys and immediately left the house, locking the door behind me. I wondered if I should call the police, but what would I tell them? I found my work shoes right where I left them. I thought about telling Patty, but the thought of telling her that something had bothered me like that would only give her ammunition to torment me further. So I didn't tell anyone. After work, I came home to Patty eating her dinner and a mess in the kitchen. Luckily, I had the foresight to grab some food to go from the bar, so I crept in as quietly as possible and just went downstairs to eat, as I always did. I turned on the light in my room, and for a split second I thought I saw a dark figure in the far corner of the room. I did a double take, my heart pounding. I had to be going nuts. The stress of this place was starting to make me hallucinate. Satisfied but still a little uneasy with my explanation, I turned on my TV and began to eat my dinner. As I ate, I was still convinced I saw flutters of movement coming from that corner of the room, just out of my sight. But every time I looked, nothing. This mysterious figure would start making regular appearances out of the corner of my eye. But again, when I tried to look, there would be nothing there. I thought I was losing my mind, and I became even more withdrawn. It was after a few months of this happening that the dreams started. I would be having a perfectly normal dream, then all of a sudden, I'd have the feeling of being strangled by a faceless man. I would be fighting him off, and I would always wake myself up by screaming. I would wake up sweating and my heart would be pounding. The worst part was, my throat would be sore, and I never knew if I had really been screaming or not. I would like to think that if I was, Patty would run down, but that was unlikely. I would start having these dreams about once or twice a month. Then, as it came closer into the fall of the following year, they started happening more regularly. Once a week, twice a week, every other day. I was feeling completely broken down mentally, emotionally, and physically. I was a shell of my former self. At this point, you're probably wondering why I stayed at Crazy Patty's house for as long as I did. Well, for those of you who have never experienced emotional or mental abuse, consider yourself lucky. It is extremely powerful. Patty used a variety of techniques, including manipulation, intimidation, and gaslighting, to ensure that I stayed where I was. She hated me there, but she wanted the money. She literally had me convinced that I wouldn't find anywhere else as nice as her place for the price I was paying, and that no one would put up with me anyways. Up to this point, I had not considered my unsettling experiences at Patty's house to be demonic. I'd put them down to a side effect of being so stressed and beaten down. Until one night, as usual, I'd eaten my dinner out of a to-go box in my bedroom. I was sitting on my bed with my laptop in my lap. I'd been watching some funny videos online when all of a sudden I couldn't take a breath. It felt like my chest was being constricted by an invisible grip. I went to move my hands up to my throat to check for swelling or something, but I couldn't move my arms. I was completely paralyzed. It was then that I finally saw the figure in the corner. Its face was covered with a hood, but it lifted its head just enough for me to catch a glimpse of its face. Its eyes were huge and bulbous, much like the milky, pupilless eyes of an anglerfish. It had no other features except for those eyes and that smile, that toothy smile full of uneven, rotting teeth, a smile that extended beyond the boundaries of its face. Think of Fred from that seriously creepy episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. My heart stopped. As soon as I saw this figure full on, it disappeared. I finally understood what was happening. I was being attacked. Somehow, I fought the pressure, and it subsided. This ordeal couldn't have lasted for longer than 10 seconds or so, but it felt like much longer. I was finally able to draw a breath as I lay on my bed, panting as if I'd just been drowning. I immediately jumped up and dug into my junk drawer. I found a few white candles, some sage, and a few crystals. I lit the white candles for protection. I lit the sage to purify the room, and I kept my crystals in my hand. Needless to say, I did not sleep much that night. After this incident, I continued to keep sage lighting at all times when I was in the room awake, and things settled down for a while. It wasn't until Halloween night that the crescendo of my experience peaked. Cliché, I know, but think about it. It was, and still is, believed that the veil to the spirit world is at its thinnest on All Hallows Eve, making it easier for spirits to enter our world. I had been working that night, and I'd gotten home around 1 a.m. Exhausted, I fell right to sleep, only to get that strangling sensation some hours later. But this time it felt different. This time it felt more real. In my dream, the entity that was attacking me had grabbed me by my throat. In the past, I had not seen its face while it was doing this. I finally got a full-on view of its face. I could see the cracks on its rotten teeth. I could see the pale blood vessels in its grotesque eyes. And I could smell its rotten breath. I felt a scream coming, but I couldn't get it out. In my dream, I fought and fought desperately, trying to escape its grasp. It picked me up by the throat and slammed me into the wall behind me. I kept fighting it with all my might until I finally woke up. I was sweating and panting, tears streaming down my face. I looked at the clock. It was only 3 a.m. But as soon as I looked at the clock, my blood froze in my veins. Not because it was 3 a.m., the traditional witching hour, but it was then that I realized I was not laying in my bed. I was sitting up against the wall. I leaped out of bed and ran into the bathroom, afraid I was going to be sick. Luckily, my stomach held, and I ended up splashing some cold water on my face. It was only when I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror that I had to stifle a scream. My neck was bruised and scratched, like I had been strangled. Without even thinking about how late it was, I called my boss in absolute hysterics. The bar I worked at was attached to a hotel, and I pleaded with him to let me sleep in one of the rooms that night. He did, and I decided right then and there that I'd be moving out of Crazy Patty's house. I arrived back the next day to pack up what few belongings I had. After I had everything all packed up, I noticed her bedroom door was open. This was highly unusual, as she always kept it locked when she wasn't there. Thinking maybe her car was in the shop and she was there, I went over to tell her I was leaving. But she wasn't there. I went to close the door when something on the floor caught my eye. Normally, it's out of character for me to snoop in somebody else's room. But something in my gut just told me to check out what it was that caught my eye. On the floor was a planchette that had been broken in half, with the glass shattered all over the floor. The glint of the glass is what caught my eye. On the other side of the room was a board, the Ouija board. It finally clicked that it had been Patty that set this entity on me. I stormed out. I was fiddling with my house keys, trying to get it off the keychain to leave it on the counter with a note that I'd left her, when I noticed movement on the deck outside. I looked up and was absolutely horrified to see Patty standing on the other side of the glass door, staring right at me, completely naked. She had her hands on the glass, and she seemed to be pressing her face against the glass. It was then that I noticed her eyes. Her eyes had always been off to me, but I finally understood why. Instead of her usual slightly off eyes, staring right back at me were the milky, bulbous eyes of the entity. I quickly turned around, ran to my car, and tore out of the driveway, and never returned. Things got better after that. My anxiety subsided, my face filled out again. I started to be a lot more social. After a few weeks, I moved into an apartment with 2 girls I worked with, and I got along with them really well. I never saw Crazy Patty again. As of telling the story, almost 12 years have passed, and I'm no longer easily beaten down by manipulation tactics. I've become a lot more assertive, and I won't tolerate any attempt to deceive or manipulate me. I've also been practicing white magic in the form of plants and cooking, and I've embraced my clairvoyance as part of who I am. I'm happy to say that I've never experienced anything like I did at Crazy Patty's house. If I get even a whiff of a negative entity, I get the hell out of Dodge. Stat. All in all, I am a much healthier, stronger, and happier person than I was all those years ago. But late at night, I still get the horrifying image of Patty staring into my soul with the dead eyes of the demon in the basement. In 2009, I moved into a Victorian railway cottage in London, which was built around the 1890s, 1900s. I moved with my daughter and partner, and the event happened within weeks of us settling in. It's a 3-bedroom house, with all the bedrooms situated on the first floor. It was a November evening when my daughter was upstairs on her bunk bed, and I was sitting in our living room watching TV. It was just us two in the house. My partner was at work. There was nothing eerie leading up to this moment that I could remember. But all of a sudden, I heard, really close to my ear, a guttural growl. It was really loud, but felt located right next to my ear, as if it was only meant to be heard by me in that one ear. It didn't echo. It was just located right next to my head. As soon as I heard that growl, my daughter, who was around 9 at the time, screamed from her room. I ran up the stairs, but it was as if I was being pushed up there. Maybe it was because of my speed or because of my panic, but when I got to her room, she was crying. I asked her what had happened, as she replied that she heard a growl in her ear. As you can imagine, we were absolutely freaked out. I wasn't able to retell the experience for a long time, and only in the past year or so had I mentioned it to my daughter, but she has no memory of the event. I'm a believer and think that this was something demonic. I would have been skeptical had it just been me that heard it, but my daughter's reaction was enough to make me realize that this was the real deal. I was wondering if anyone could provide me with an explanation as to why my daughter does not remember the event. It traumatized me so much, I wish I could forget about it. Okay, so this was probably middle of summer, late 2000s. I'd been gifted a Ouija board. Being from the South, I grew up in a Civil War town where battle was fought. My friends and I were bored, and one night we decided to use it. So I researched how to use it right. Salt circle, always say goodbye, flip the board over when you're done. Anyways, we played it on the lawn of the courthouse. Being the small, old southern town that this was, it was also where they had the hanging gallows. We sit there. It was really late at night. I trust my friend, and he trusts me not to move it. So we start with the basic, is anyone there? The I moves to yes. Me and my friend are really into it now. We ask who. This is where it freaks me out and has stuck with me for years. It spells out dog. We asked dog how they died. They said war. Then it really said it did not like Jeff. That's my name. So here I am all freaking the fuck out. We keep going just a bit longer. We asked it why it didn't like me. It spelled out that it wanted to kill me. Needless to say, I moved the glass to goodbye, and I flipped the board over. So, I truly believe that it works. Just gotta trust who you play with, and Be as safe as you can. I'm not sure how I feel about something that just happened over the last 2 nights. I've been dating this guy for about a month and everything's been great. Not only is he attractive, but he's normal and funny and kind. It's basically a catch. The last 3 nights we've spent together, whereas previously we'd never actually slept over at one another's place. The sleepovers have been great. You know how it is in a new relationship. So on night 2, I passed out pretty early. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. I figured it was because I was in a new place. I'm laying on my stomach and I decide to turn over and check the time. That's when I'm met with the blank stare of my guy. He's just sitting up in bed, staring at me. Naturally, I thought he was awake because his eyes were open. So I playfully smacked his shoulder and I asked why he was being so creepy. He doesn't respond, just keeps staring. Before I can even process how actually creepy this is, I hear noises coming from outside of his room. This guy lives alone and doesn't have any animals, not even a houseplant. The noises, they sound like animal noises, specifically pig noises. I'm fucking dreaming. I have to be. That's what I told myself. Then I laid back down, still fully aware of the stare down and animal noises. I knew it wasn't a dream, but I closed my eyes anyway. For about 2 seconds. Then I jumped back up and I started to shake the guy. I'm not falling asleep with someone staring at me. Not gonna happen. He snaps out of it or wakes up or whatever, immediately asking me if everything's okay. So I explain everything, and when I get to the animal part, I tell him to shh. Of course, no noises coming from outside the room. Now I look like the crazy one. He's basically half asleep and he tells me he's sorry. I tell him it's fine because, I don't know, I wasn't really looking for an apology, more of an explanation. Eventually, we both pass out again. And the next morning, I ask, what's up with last night? Do you sleepwalk or something? According to him, no, he doesn't sleepwalk, and usually sleeps through the night. No issues. I tell him, well, maybe he does sleepwalk and just doesn't know. He makes a joke about me hearing animal noises and says, what if I made all this up? We laugh, haha. That was about as much as I got out of it. And for some reason, I was okay with it. Something about being daytime and having to go to work made the whole situation seem silly and far away. So, last night, we decided to stay at his place again because it's closer to both of our jobs, and he doesn't have roommates. I forget all about the night before until it's time to go to bed. I fell asleep before even getting through a full episode of Dexter. But, like the night before, I woke up suddenly. So this time, the first thing I did was look over at my guy. He's still sleeping, not staring. But I'm filled with this horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. It took me a minute to register that it was fear, but more like pure terror. I laid there in silence for a minute, and then I could hear the sound of someone breathing shakily. It wasn't my breathing, and it wasn't my guy's breathing. So who the fuck was breathing right now? It grew louder and louder, and it was incredibly disorienting. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, if it was close or far away. I literally hid myself under the blankets, and I just tried to pretend it wasn't happening. And I was doing well, closing my eyes, humming. I didn't even stop humming to see if the breathing had stopped. Everything would have been fine if I didn't start to feel movement. The feeling scared me so much I stopped humming. The breathing, it hadn't stopped. In fact, I now knew that it was close to me. But I refused to move the covers. I started to kick my legs towards my guy to wake him up, but he's not there. I rip the blankets off my head. My ears are filled with this breathing sound, and then I spot my guy in the dark, standing in the far corner of the room, facing the wall. What the fuck? I didn't even bother waking him up this time, at least not immediately. Instead, I ran my ass to his bathroom. I needed silence from this breathing. The moment I walked out of his bedroom door, it practically slammed on me. The door literally hit me on the way out. But at least the breathing was gone. The only thought that I had at that moment, besides total fear, was I left my fucking purse in his room, so I couldn't just dip out right then and there. I sat on his couch for literally forever. I watched the clock go from 3 to 4 a.m. I don't know if it was exhaustion or pure insanity, but I went back into his room. My guy, still in the corner, and against everything I was feeling right then, I went to wake him up. I told him to go back to bed. I made up a lie that I had to go into work early, and I left. I hopped in my car, drove towards work, parked in a Walmart parking lot nearby, and just wrote all of this out. Basically, I've been stewing about it ever since. I'm now off work, and though I'm not due to stay over there or even see him for the next 2 nights, he wants to spend the weekend together. His place, of course. But I cannot imagine going back there. I mean, sleepwalking is one thing, totally fine. Especially when it's your only red flag, so to speak, but what the fuck is wrong with this guy's house? Like, what am I really dealing with here? I was a disbeliever, but this creepy textbook changed my mind. A bit of background regarding myself. I'm a progressive Muslim living in Malaysia, a country stuck between being progressive and conservative when it comes to religious beliefs, and as a child, I always didn't care. So anyways, I was 10 at this time, and usually in my country's education system, we would receive textbooks that were loaned by the schools. These textbooks are often held by previous students of the same school, and when they're done with the textbook, another student would receive it. I received mine from a student who, by that time, had passed away. I didn't think much of it. I used the textbook as usual. And by usual, that meant that as a 10-year-old kid, I would doodle on it, draw mustaches on random portraits of people. I did this in a religious education book. I drew satanic horns on a famous Islamic figure's portrait. What happened next scared and scarred me for life. It was just me alone in the classroom, after school hours, as I drew those horns and fangs on him. A gust of wind blew over, and the pages of the book were turned. I went back to the page where I was doodling, and I was shocked to see the page ripped out. It was missing. I closed the book and reopened it. To my surprise, it was there, and it was intact. It looked like it hadn't been touched, like brand new. Creeped out, I closed the book and reopened it again. And this time, as I turned the same page again, the portrait of that person was altered, to the point it looked like someone drew a demonic entity over it. It had the typical look of a demon. That's what I can say. I grabbed the book and I threw it into my locker. I locked my locker, and I never went back to my locker again. I went to an Islamic education teacher, and I told him that I would never do that again. The teacher did some work, and I guess he did an exorcism. And that's the end of it. Lessons I learned not to vandalize random stuff, You could be fined and sent to detention, or worse, ending up with the biggest scare of your life. When I was a young teen, my best friend and I spent a summer surfing the Ouija board. Mostly we just asked silly, mundane questions, and mostly we got answers that seemed to fit. There was never a specific spirit or entity associated with our Ouija board explorations, and we never felt threatened in any way. Until the day that all changed. One day, a specific personality started to communicate with us. He was male and forceful. He would tell us to do things. Harmless things like taking a poster off the wall or something, but still, it was weird. I asked him his name, which he provided. I don't remember it anymore, so I'll call him Gordon. I asked him where he had lived before becoming a spirit. He gave an address in a nearby small town. I never went to this small town, so no idea if it was real or not, but I had a map so I could look it up. It was real. I asked my sister to drive me there. I was still too young to drive, just to check it out. My friend was spooked and didn't want to go, so my sister and I go to this address. An ordinary-looking house in a wooded cul-de-sac. Nobody was around, so I knocked on the door. No answer. I'm not willing to give up, so I knock at the next-door neighbor's door. A guy answers. He looks like he's maybe in his 50s or 60s. Too young to be old in my eyes, but older than my parents or the parents of my friends at school. I asked him if he knew the man who I'm now calling Gordon, if he ever lived in the house next to him. He thinks for a minute, gets a little faraway look in his eye, and then says yes, someone named Gordon did used to live there. But he disappeared about 15 years ago, and nobody knew why or what had become of him. He couldn't tell me anything more, just said that he didn't remember anything about Gordon other than he lived there and then he didn't. I couldn't wait to get home and tell my best friend. I couldn't wait to pull out the Ouija board and find out more. When we did, Gordon came through right away. He was more aggressive than ever, insisting we do this and that, draw this, gather that. It felt creepy, even though none of it was hurtful or inappropriate. It just felt wrong. I asked why he wanted us to do these things, and he only grew more insistent, more edgy, more dangerous feeling. I said, no, we're not going to do it. Why do you want it so badly? He understood that I had drawn a line, one that I wouldn't cross. Then he told us that if we had done what he'd asked, then he could get us to trade places with him, whatever the fuck that meant. And then, on the board, it just spelled out, ha, ha, over and over again, faster, until it eventually stopped. Damn. Poke my eyes out with a stick so I never have to see that again. It freaked us both out, and that was the last time we ever did the Ouija board. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. There are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. There's a bit of backstory, but it's important. In February of 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It has a moon and a sun in the top 2 corners, 2 images on the bottom that I don't really remember. She made plans with 2 of our friends and myself to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it at our house. We decided to go to one of her friends' houses, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait and take the board out at 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something. We had a dance party, ate a ton of junk food, and about 10:30, we settled to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45, S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette while the other friend, D, sat next to us with paper and pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and asked questions without much luck. We stopped and talked about what we could do to help things move along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone. It claimed to translate the words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about the candles being too bright, or someone not being open enough to it, when D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, then Y, then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye now." We did. The feeling was gone as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or demon. It's trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would think I was just messing with them, and that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired. I was vulnerable to attack. I'll never play with a board again. It's not a game. It's so real and can go very wrong. I live in a city 6 hours away from my hometown, so I can only really afford to drive back for the holidays. Sadly, my mom passed away earlier this year, and I hadn't been able to visit her grave since the funeral. I felt awful about not being able to make the drive sooner, so I really wanted the cemetery to be my first stop when I got to town. Well, I've never been the most punctual person, and it ended up being past midnight when I finally arrived. I wasn't frightened of being in a cemetery so late, but I was ready for some sleep and trying to move fast. The only problem is that it's a really big cemetery, so I got a little turned around trying to find her. After at least 5 or 10 solid minutes of aimless wandering, I realized I had to pee really bad. I hadn't used the bathroom since leaving the house 6 hours in a giant Route 44 power rate ago. It was so late, and I was so far away from the road that I really didn't see anything wrong with stepping away from the graves and relieving myself on a tree. Sue me, I was dying. Afterwards, I decided to make the loop one more time before calling it quits, but right before the turnaround point, I suddenly heard a set of footsteps behind me. I spun around, shocked that anyone else would be there, but I saw no one. That freaked me out. I was positive that I had heard someone on the narrow concrete path just behind me. I called out a few tentative hellos, but there was no response either. Creeped out, I quickened my pace and focused more on getting back than looking for Mom. Ahead, a stretch of the pathway was lined with shady trees on either side, forming a dark tunnel. Inside, there was a tall, dark shadow figure, barely distinguishable from the darkness around it. The sight of it made my blood run cold. It's like it was radiating malice. I've never felt such a sudden and intense shift in the very atmosphere. When I called out another hello, it turned and began charging towards me. I was so startled that I fell over backwards and sat there frozen until the shadow man vanished a few feet away from me. And just like that, it was gone, and the only thing left was a blast of cold air. When I calmed down enough to rise, I walked around the tunnel of trees, too frightened to walk beneath them, and I hurried back to my car. But I think it followed me to my dad's house. We'd never experienced anything remotely paranormal there, yet that night something woke us up, banging on the front door just after 3 a.m. I had been in bed for less than an hour when it happened. Dad came to the entryway a few seconds after myself, and we stared at the Ring doorbell camera as nothing pounded on the door like we owed it money. Worried that it would wake the neighbors, Dad ripped it open mid-knock, and everything fell instantly silent. There was nothing and no one outside. Not knowing what else to do, we returned to bed and slept the rest of the night, but things only got worse over the following days. We've seen stuff fall off of shelves without being touched. Weird cold spots will randomly form and disappear all around the house. And last night, Dad saw a tall shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed. Now it's worth noting, I didn't tell him anything about my experience at the cemetery. He's always been a very logical man. I didn't want him to worry about me losing my mind. Yet he saw the exact thing that I saw, and even felt the same thing that I felt. He said that it gave off such an intensely evil aura that he had never even considered the possibility of an intruder. Whether it was a demon, Satan himself, or something else entirely, he had no clue, only that it wished him harm. He was frozen with fear, and despite having the heat cranked up to a ridiculous 74, it was cold enough to see his breath. Eventually, it disappeared into thin air, and he fell back asleep. He described it to me as a nightmare, but he was so shaken up that I can tell he doesn't believe it was a dream. If I hadn't experienced what I did, or even if I had just told him what had happened, I could probably convince myself that's all it was. But come on, I don't know what to do about any of this. I just know that I can't bring a demon or whatever this is back into his house and then go back to school after New Year's. I can't. God knows he's been through enough. Well, we both have. So I guess my real question is, am I right about this thing being a demon? And if I am, what the hell do I do now? I tried Googling it, but that was pointless. I don't even know where to begin. I didn't realize how complicated all of this stuff could get, and I just want to be done with it. I'm going to tell Dad everything as soon as he gets home from work. Then maybe we can figure it out together. After what he saw last night, I don't think I'll have any trouble convincing him. Okay, well, wish me luck, I suppose. So I moved in with my first girlfriend, but I may have gotten in over my head. She believes in ghosts, horoscopes, psychics, all that stuff. I thought it was cute until she said she had a demonic spirit attached to her. And just to be clear, I didn't believe it, but I believed that she believed it. You see what I'm saying? As far as she's concerned, there's genuinely a demonic presence connected to her. Yet she chose to drop that bombshell on our first night living together. That's messed up either way, right? But I didn't want to fight, so I tried to avoid the subject entirely. It wasn't so bad when she explained what to do should she start sleepwalking or having a nightmare. But then she started talking about speaking Latin or walking around with a weapon. I'm sorry, what? No. We'd already been together for over a year. She never mentioned a word about any of this. Yet now I had to worry about being attacked in my sleep. It felt like my life was in danger. But then 4 months went by and nothing happened. Our relationship was doing really well. Then I woke up to see her standing over me, 2 o'clock in the morning. She looked like a corpse, pale, stiff, and slack-jawed. I said her name, but she didn't react at all. She just kept looking down at me with a blank stare. Her eyes were cold and lifeless. It took me sitting her down and calling her name several times before she came around. Once she did, she had no memory of standing over me. We went back to sleep without ever really talking about it in detail. And 3 nights later, I woke up to Cassie having some kind of seizure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she convulsed for I don't know how long. I did everything as previously instructed, and she came around fairly quickly. She didn't talk about it to the extent I wanted, but she warned me the next few weeks might get intense. I really didn't know what to think. She isn't much for practical jokes, and she's definitely not the type to fake something for attention. Well, I didn't have long to wonder. A couple of nights later, I woke up to the sound of soft whimpers. It reminded me of when you try to scream in your dreams, but nothing comes out. I intended to wake her up, but her eyes were wide open, fixated to the ceiling, with a look of pure horror on her face. I followed her gaze, still half asleep myself, and I let out my own startled scream at the sight of a large black figure looming over us. Its head was nearly touching the ceiling as its long body stretched down to the floor on Cassie's side of the bed. I flailed around so hard that I fell onto the floor myself, taking the lamp with me. When I finally got a light on, we were alone in the room, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. My girlfriend was still staring straight up where the figure had been, and she remained in an almost trance-like state until I pulled her upright. Once she snapped out of it, she began apologizing and crying. I felt helpless. On one hand, she clearly wasn't faking or mislabeling whatever had just happened. But I was a lifelong skeptic. What did all this mean? Once Cassie calmed down, I was able to think a little more clearly, and I searched the house, just in case someone was inside. They weren't. Not a single item was out of place, and the house remained locked tight. At that point, it was almost 4, so we just made coffee and stayed awake. But nothing else happened until later the following evening. watching a movie in the living room when a picture frame fell from the mantel and shattered. We don't have any pets. There was no air blowing or any draft. And that photo had been sitting there since the day we moved in, without issue. I wasn't ready to blame it on a demon quite yet, but Cassie was certain. Then, in the middle of discussing it, the bathroom door opened slowly by itself. It's an old house. Every door and floor creaks just a little different, and I recognized the sound before I saw it. Sure enough, it had opened all the way and came to a stop against the back wall. As we stared into the empty room, the lights began to flicker. I went towards it, but Cassie pulled me away, saying the best thing we could do was ignore it. Still, I can't just ignore something like that so easily. A few hours later, she'd fallen asleep watching YouTube, so I returned to the guest bathroom to find the door shut and the lights off. But we hadn't shut the door. Over the following week, we had a bunch of minor incidents like this, along with strange banging and other noises, but the thing that broke me happened closer to 2 weeks later. I was finishing a movie on the couch while Cassie slept. I suddenly began hearing voices. One belonged to my girlfriend, but she sounded almost childlike, pleading, while the other sounded completely inhuman. I couldn't make out any of the words it was saying. The voice was too low and distorted. If we had cameras, I would think that someone with a voice changer hacked us, but we don't have anything like that. Trust me, I know exactly how easy it is to write this stuff off as someone's inability to understand the range of a human's voice, but this was not a person, and it definitely was not my girlfriend. I ran to the bedroom to see another tall, hulking figure who was looming over her. I froze in the doorway. She was sitting up, leaning against the headboard and hugging her knees, sobbing. I could hear what they were saying now, but the demon's words weren't English. It was unlike any language I've ever heard. I've never seen someone so frightened, so desperate to escape. Cassie would have backed straight through the wall if the headboard wasn't in her way. I ran into the room on pure instinct and adrenaline, hitting the lights as I went. As they came on, the dark figure vanished into thin air, while I was knocked backwards as something collided with my shoulder. Before I could even process that, Cassie started calling my name, snapped me out of my stupor. It took a minute to calm her down. We stayed up for most of the night, and it was really hard for me to re-examine everything from a believer's perspective. It was like having two different people in my head, each arguing their own indisputable yet opposing facts. That was a few days ago now. Nothing else has happened, and I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore, lest it feeds the demon more energy. But I can't have this major shift in my belief system and just not talk about it, ever. If ignoring it is the only way to make it go away again, then I'd love to do just that. But I can't ignore it until I've come to terms with it first. Hopefully, this does that. I know there's people with similar experiences out there, and I hope this reaches some of you. Cassie would kill me if she found out I posted this, but what else could I do if she won't talk about it? I visited a relative's home today. I witnessed the creepiest, paranormal experience of my life. I've been slapped by the unseen. I've seen a dead man's ghost walking towards me. I've heard whispers coming from right next to me, and I've seen strange faces peeking at me. Yet I stress what I saw today was the most terrifying. I had lunch there, was having a casual conversation. Our conversation, it shifted, and she said, "Strange things have happened recently in our home. Do you see these fingerprints and scratches on the wall behind me?" It all appeared out of nowhere a week ago. It's like we're being haunted or something. I stood up and checked the wall. Though they had wiped away the black stains that were formed by the fingers and the hand, I could still see them. Maybe your daughter did it by climbing over the sofa, I said. She has a 3-year-old daughter. She could have messed with a pot of ink or something, messed with the walls. Kids do these kinds of things, though the wave of prints went on beyond the sofa, where she probably couldn't reach. It's not just the wall. Every wall in this house has prints. Some walls have deep scratches, hundreds and hundreds of prints and scratches. Go look for yourself, she replied in a trembling voice. This is a big house, 3 areas. I looked around and went to the first room. No shit, all the walls had scratches. About 4 feet off the ground. I tried scratching the wall myself. On this quality paint job, it took a very good effort to make just a small scratch. Then I scratched with a coin, with a spoon, with tweezers, but nothing matched. The scratch formed by my nails were the closest match. I checked all 3 rooms. Inside those rooms, there were small, inch-long scratches all over. Outside the TV lounge, kitchen, washroom, there were black fingerprints. I went upstairs. Same scene. I moved a wooden wardrobe, and it made me sweaty doing that, but there were these deep scratches behind it. What could have caused this? Are these walls watery or falling apart in some way? Why do they all appear at this 4 feet height? I do know what it looks like when paint starts falling off, but this didn't look like that. No bubbles or cracks. The paint was hard, dry, and spot on. No moisture at all. I sat there for a minute trying to find one plausible reason to define what could be going on with these walls. I went to the ground floor. It only had 1 bedroom, kitchen, and a drawing room. I went in the bedroom, started inspecting the wall, thinking, and then it struck me. The idea of finding if it's legitimately a scratch or not. I sat down and looked at the floor. I looked closely. I could see dried paint sprinkled on the floor below the scratches. As I made this realization, I felt a presence. I was not alone in this very room. Please trust me. I can't explain how or why. I looked around. I heaved a dead cold sigh of relief, and I left the room very slowly. This house wasn't haunted by default. Someone caused this. Black magic, a demon. I'm sure of that. I remained in the same area outside that room, standing and thinking, what do I do now? How do I help them? I love these people and they're clearly in trouble. With a heavy heart, I walked up the stairs to the family. As I sat there, I talked about this and I told her whatever I could do to possibly help, I would help. During our talk, her husband arrived home from work, and I saw there were fresh scratches on the right side of his face, his cheek, his ear, back of his head. Did I tell you? My husband's face was scratched too, this morning when he woke up. What do we do about this? It all really broke my heart. I looked at the couple. Frustrated and depressed they were, for sure. I'm not equipped to deal with these things. I do believe that they can exist. I know how they work, but not really. This family has an unpleasant and uninvited guest. One that's harassing, protesting, hurting them even. I don't know. I'm definitely going to continue to try to help them, but where do I start? I guess the internet of all places, right? But I figured someone else has had to have dealt with something like this, and maybe they'll read this story. So, this is a personal one for me. I have Ring cameras in my house. At the time, I was in my old house. It was basically a doggy camera. to make sure my dogs were okay while I was at work. I'd always catch paranormal stuff on it. At one point, it happened so often, it wasn't exciting. Fast forward to one night. I'm asleep. My dog, Chihuahua, is sleeping on top of the blankets. In this video, there's a voice that is identical to my mom's voice, who passed away a year prior to this happening. It's her voice saying my dog's name, and as it said, my dog's head shoots up and she stretches. The voice even says the nickname of my puppy in the exact same way that my mom did. So I first was extremely happy and enlightened almost. I didn't have any fear because it's my mom, right? Shortly after this, my mom's urn went flying across the table and onto the floor while my boyfriend and I were watching a movie. This scared me to no end. I lost my breath halfway up the stairs, and I collapsed, hysterically crying. My mom wouldn't do this to me. So I'm wondering if that voice was something trying to get me to interact with it, because I'm irritable and sensitive to things like that. I just want some opinions. Also, please don't ask for the video. I won't be posting it. It's extremely personal to me. I don't feel like it's something that needs to be heard or seen by thousands of people, as I love and miss my mom dearly. In the summer of 2007, a rideshare company launched their startup in San Francisco, California. I was one of the first drivers to be hired onto the team. Being one of the first drivers for this business meant that we were basically their beta test subjects. Throw these drivers out into the field and implement changes and regulations from their reported experiences. If we had any questions or concerns, there was a number that we had to call. It acted as a 24-hour hotline to corporate. Their legal representatives would listen to your issue and advise what to do next. I'm proud to say that of my 3 years driving with them, I never ran anyone over with my car or even dinged a fender, but I did have to use that number once. Here's why. It was late, and I had just driven a few Skyline kids back to their dorms from a party when my next ride request pops up. It's only a couple of miles from where I am, and I see that they left an additional message saying, "Big cash tip." With the new rideshare program, drivers didn't deal with the money side of transactions. The ride is already paid for via the app, so seeing "big cash tip" on the comment was an extra incentive I needed to pick them up. And then I would call it a night. I press accept, and the GPS leads me to the Avalon Golf Club. Driving down Westboro Boulevard, as I approach my destination, I see 3 men standing on the side of the road. The closer I get, it's obvious that one of the men is clearly in a bad state. His blue polo is caked in blood, and the other 2 men are struggling to hold him up. I don't even pull into the clubhouse gates before they approach my car, and they open the back door to toss in the bloodied man. Then one of the men opened my passenger side door, and I start telling them that his friend better not bleed on my seats or puke. The man just sets a handful of hundreds on the passenger seat and says, "This should cover it," before quickly slamming the door. Then I watch as he and the other man walk back up to the clubhouse driveway and close the gates behind them. When they leave, I count the money thrown on my passenger seat. The guy left me over $1,200. Any apprehension about having this potential mess in my back seat has been officially relieved, and I happily put my car in drive and begin my way to the address I was given. Multiple times during the trip, I look back to check on the guy. He's still laying down and unresponsive when I ask how he's doing. Leaning back, I have to physically touch him to feel that he's still breathing. After confirming he's alive, I continue the drive in silence. The address takes me up near Balboa Park, and I'm driving on the 280. My next glance into the rearview mirror, I'm startled as I make eye contact with the man. He's now sitting fully upright in the back seat, looking back at me in the mirror's reflection. His stare is intimidating, and his brows are furrowed with rage. He's grinding his teeth, and I watch both of his nostrils begin to leak. And down his face, 2 steady streams of blood, and they continue onto his already stained polo shirt. Seeing this, I try to remain calm while retrieving a napkin from my glove box to offer him. One hand on the wheel, I lean my other arm back, but he never takes the napkin out of my hand. He just lets the blood splash onto his khaki pants and my leather seats. His gaze never leaves my rearview mirror. I'm continuously checking back between having to look while driving, and every time I look up, his stare never leaves. Finally, trying to suppress the shakes of fear in my voice, I didn't even dare to look into the back seat again, but I'm able to ask if he's needing emergency help. When his voice spoke words, it sounded like 2 people talking in sync. One voice was much lower than the other. It wasn't human. The tone made my blood run cold, and I'll never forget what he said. Slow decay. My eyes remained on the road, and I'm about to take the exit for Ocean Avenue when I hear my back door pop open. I swing my head around just in time to see this man step out of my car and onto the road. I then watch him do several violent tumbles onto the empty freeway. I slam on my brakes, and I see in my rearview mirror the man laying motionless on the road. In that moment, I'm literally about to throw the car into reverse to check on him. But before I can, I see his body begin to flail, and in some sort of seizure, he jolts and then releases back down, motionless again. And not even 30 seconds later, he's sitting straight up, legs directly out in front of him, and he's staring into the dark nothing off the side of the highway. He then jumps up unearthly fast to his feet, and he runs off the highway, hopping the median barriers and running out of sight. I sat there in shock from what had just happened, not knowing what to do. I turned off my in-service for the rideshare, and I drove home. When I got home, I called the crisis number to report what had happened, and my representative, they didn't know what to do. He transferred me to somebody else who asked me if I accrued any personal damages. When I said no, his best advice was for us to consider it an incidental statistical anomaly, and that I wouldn't need to follow up with it. I used a portion of the $1,200 to get my car detailed and any trace of remaining blood out of the back seats. And then I blew the rest on 4 big kegs for my buddy's birthday the following weekend, drinking to forget and all. It was one of the scariest moments in my life, and it allowed me to be king for a weekend at a party, so no harm, no foul, I guess. About 15 years ago, my old high school group of friends decided that we were going to attempt to contact my friend Ben's biological dad, who'd recently died before he got a chance to know him. Now, Ben was absolutely wild. He wasn't scared easily. My high school sweetheart was with us, and he was absolutely terrified. I owned a Native American necklace that had items placed in it for protection from spirits. To help ease his anxiety, I placed the necklace around his neck. We partook in the devil's lettuce and started our session giggling. I was no believer in Ouija boards. It didn't bother me a bit that we decided to do this in an abandoned church deep in the woods either. Only my boyfriend was terrified, which caused our friends to tease him mercilessly. The board was set up and we got serious. We just had no idea how serious this was about to become. As the planchette moved to spell his father's name, I smiled, thinking that this was his method of closure. He was clearly doing it because he'd refused to share the name beforehand. But looking into his eyes, I saw something I'd never seen etched into his face. It was fear. I can't remember how it all went down, but suddenly the board was spinning and said, "Murder." I was starting to feel cold, even in the heat. That's when it all went to shit. The pews, already broken, were shaking uncontrollably, even toppling over. We were in a back room that was essentially empty, but we ripped open the door to discover the pews toppled over. It started a massive panic to get out of the building. As I was running, I realized my boyfriend was not with us in the woods. I turned back right as Ben and a few others pulled off in their cars. Once I re-entered the dilapidated church, my boyfriend was stuck. Literally stuck to the floor, screaming. The building was still shaking. It was ice cold, and it felt like a sock had been shoved in my mouth. I remember my best friend helping me carry him out of the building. Within an instant, he had his wits about him and refused to talk about what had happened. He looked like he'd been through war. He opted to keep my protection necklace on, citing that the demon may follow one of us. We never really talked about what happened. That was very strange for my very open friend group. We knew it wasn't an earthquake because we lived just an hour below the Blue Ridge Mountains of Appalachia and never get quakes that could move furniture. And to be honest, I felt something dark around me until a cleansing 11 years later, after the scariest haunting I'd ever experienced happened. I don't know what we released or even have a clue how that could have been a natural event. Something threw those church pews to pieces, and we never went back. I have a Ouija board buried in my backyard. When I was younger, my older brother and I used one once. My mom bought it for us, not knowing the risks that are supposedly involved, haunting, possession, etc. At first, we were asking harmless questions like if our crushes liked us, where Mom hid the cookies. I was getting bored and broke our unspoken agreement to keep the questions kid-friendly. I asked it, "When will my brother die?" It creeped over to the 6, then the 7, 67 years old, maybe. I don't know why I asked it, but I was relieved that it gave an answer that was a very long time in the future. Well, after the first creepy question, my brother could no longer return to mundane questions. He was asking it if hell was real, if it could contact dead relatives. He was scaring the crap out of me. I was terrified and close to tears. Then he started talking funny. I didn't recognize his voice, and I ran to go get our mom. When I came back into the room with her in tow, he was laughing hysterically. I mean, doubled over with laughter. He said he made up that whole part just to scare me, and it worked. I was terrified beyond belief that my brother was gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed, turned, had nightmares. The next day, I put on some of my mom's gardening gloves. I didn't even want to touch it with my bare hands. I shoved it in an old duffel bag and buried it. I painstakingly dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, in the backyard and shoved the bag in it. My fear lifted more and more with each shovel of dirt that I threw on top of it, out of sight, out of mind. However, years later, when I looked back at the question I asked regarding my brother's death, I thought I'd come to realize it was just a toy. It was completely inaccurate. 67 my ass, I thought. He was murdered when he was 20. There was no otherworldly knowledge, no foresight, nothing. Just two kids and the power of suggestion. Yet something about the whole experience continued to linger in my mind. I shared my story over time, and after reading through some of the comments, I was sort of blown away. My brother was 13 when we used the board. Maybe it wasn't 67. Maybe it was 6 or 7, meaning 6 or 7 years. Meaning when he was 20 years old. Maybe I was looking at it completely wrong. Who knows? And who knows why I asked that question in the first place? Was I sensing something? Was it somehow giving me a feeling of unease? I don't know. But I kind of want to go dig it up and burn it. I was once working nights at a hospital for patients with severe mental issues. Very few of the patients were actually physically sick as much, so we often had very little to do throughout the midnight hours. So one night, somebody brought in a Ouija board and a few of us huddled around to ask questions of the spirits. I was very skeptical about it, until the glass we were using suddenly flew off the table and smashed against the wall. That was unnerving, to say the least, and I've never personally used one since. However, that's not really the story I wanted to tell you. This one belongs to my mother. My late mother was an absolutely no-nonsense kind of woman, aka a harden. She wasn't one known for her sense of humor, and certainly wasn't one to tell fanciful tales. So, I've no reason to doubt her word. My mother was a divorcee when she met my father, and it was she who divorced her first husband, Frank. This was in the 1930s. Frank was a bookie and was often out of the house taking bets at places all over town. One night, when my mother had been left alone again, she decided to pop over the road to visit a neighbor friend of hers. They had a few drinks together. Then the woman brought out a Ouija board, and they decided to ask questions of it. My mother couldn't really think of questions to ask, but finally decided to ask where her husband, Frank, was, knowing full well that he was at his office. However, the board replied that he was at a local dance hall. My mother was shocked and asked further questions. What is he doing? Who is he with? Etc. The board told her that he was there with a woman and further revealed that they were having an affair together. My mother, not one to sit back and do nothing, immediately grabbed her coat and dashed out to the dance hall, hoping, of course, that the board was not telling the truth. However, it had been, and my mother found Frank and his girlfriend there and confronted the pair. I can only imagine the scene she created. Her voice, when raised, could compete with any fighter jet taking off. She immediately filed for divorce. From then on, she always blamed the Ouija board for destroying her marriage. But I don't know. I like to think that it helped her. There's a bit of a backstory, but it's important. In February 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It had a moon and a sun in the top corners, 2 images on the bottom that I really don't remember. She made plans with 2 of her friends, S and D, and myself, to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it in our house, and we decided to go to S's house, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait to take out the board until 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something, I guess. We had a dance party, and we ate a ton of junk food. At about 10:30, we settled down to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45 p.m., S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, and got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while D sat next to us with a piece of paper and a pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and we asked questions, without much luck. We stopped and we talked about what we could do to help move things along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone that would take words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought that it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about how the candles were too bright, or someone wasn't open enough to it. And D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, and then Y, and then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye, now." We did, and the feeling was gone, as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure eights, or moving to the four corners, it's a bad spirit or a demon trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would just think that I was messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I'd never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired, I was vulnerable to the attack. I'll never play with the board again. It's not a game. It's so real, and it can go very wrong. My wife is a sensitive. She's not a medium, but she's super in tune with the energy around her. Her brother is also a sensitive. And then there's me, a skeptic who just didn't really believe. Well then, the first time I met my brother-in-law was when he was out of prison and he came to stay with us. When he was in the penitentiary, he started to dabble in some dark stuff. As I said, I was a skeptic, so I didn't pay him any mind. Well, apparently, when he moved in, he opened some kind of portal. My wife started noticing strange activity around the house, but I just kept brushing it off. Then one day, my 3-year-old daughter started talking to me about a dead bandit standing at the end of her bed. Once again, I brushed it off, until a few days later, as my wife and I were folding laundry, something caught my eye. It was a sock, just hovering out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to see if what I was seeing was right, the sock just fell. My wife and I were the only ones home. About a week or so passes, and my wife and I are outside smoking at night, while our son is staring off into the dark and asking us if his friend can come in. He says he needs permission to come in. Those were his words, exactly. I said no. My wife started praying out loud and then called my in-laws, who were both preachers from the Deep South, asking them to come over to bless the house, to seal the doorways. That night, my brother-in-law vomited up this crazy-looking stuff. It wouldn't come up out of the carpet. He ended up moving out a month later, but that spot on the carpet, it never really dried up, and it wouldn't come up. Anyway, after this and many more experiences that happened, you could say I'm not a skeptic anymore. Like most people, I had a rather unfavorable experience while playing with a Ouija board. I was 16 years old, my sister was 15, and her friend also 15. We thought we were witches, basically. I'm not knocking witches, but we just weren't them. We lit our candles, we turned out all the lights, and we set this up in our bonus room. My parents usually went to bed pretty early. As soon as they did, we started the session. No one spoke at first, and we hadn't really discussed exactly what we were going to ask, but eventually my sister asks, "If someone is here with us, can you tell us your name?" We waited. Nothing. 10 minutes goes by and our patience is dwindling. My sister asks again, "Can you tell us your name?" A few moments later, we all feel the planchette move, ever so slightly and slowly, towards no. I instantly knew that no one was messing with me because they each looked more afraid than I did. So I ask, "Do you want to talk to us?" It moves slightly away from the no, and then quickly back to it. And then, like something straight out of a horror movie, the planchette repeats this motion over and over, quickly, as if screaming no at us. We all let go simultaneously and stand upright. My sister's friend looks like she's about to pass out. We're standing over the board, essentially staring at it, like we knew something more was going to happen. We watched as the planchette lifted off the board, hovering about 4 inches above it. Instinctually, we all grabbed hands, and we waited for this thing to drop. Meanwhile, you can hear our dog going crazy from the other side of the door, barking nastily and scratching at the door. He was relentless. I knew my parents would wake up any minute. The planchette was still hovering over the board, sitting perfectly still in the air. We all let out a yelp when my parents came bursting into the bonus room. I never took my eyes off the board, though, and I watched as the planchette fell suddenly. My sister let go of my hand and ran out of the room, her friend following close behind, leaving me to explain to my parents what we were doing. Before going back to bed, my mom grabs my sister and her friend from her room, telling them that they need to be with me when I say goodbye, that we have to say goodbye to the board, and to promise not to use that thing in the house anymore. So, scared shitless, we returned to the board and said our goodbyes. The board didn't say it back, but we felt our job was done. That bonus room must have absorbed some sort of bad juju. Our dog never stepped foot in there again without making a huge fuss, and he wasn't a fussy boy. When my parents were getting ready to sell the house, there were lots of accidents that took place in that room. An electrical fire, paint splatter, and the door refusing to open unless you were literally about to break it down. My intuition tells me that it's more than just a coincidence. There was a time when I was 10 years old. I walked up to my mother, and I told her I feel more connected to Satan than I do to God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all, because even at 10, I knew that Satan was the bad guy. I knew not to mess with him. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I'd been watching, and that I'd gotten the idea from those. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch those kinds of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I'd heard a lot of stuff about it, that it was the scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard someone upstairs. I didn't hear it again, so I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was her brother. Halfway through the movie, the noise persisted. I looked at her and I said, "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look. She told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black figure run past the door. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever shown itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I had a big dark feeling consume me. A feeling that if I didn't get out of that house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mom to come pick me up. She didn't ask any questions. She just came and took me home. When I went to bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Then I looked over at my door, and when I tell you I felt happy, I really felt happy. I saw my little brother who had passed. Then I saw my pop. He had big, beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glow around him. At that moment, I thought my pop, who was buried in our garden, was an angel in heaven. I felt that my demon was also there, but my pop was standing guard so that it couldn't get in. It felt like he had a protective shield out, just around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night, and I got the best sleep I'd ever gotten, at least in a long time. I woke up and I thought that he had left completely, and I got scared that my demon was coming for me now. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, my pop wrapped his wings around me to let me know he was still there. This was in 2014, and it's now 2021. On the 12th of May, he showed himself again because I needed him. And sometimes I still feel him, like when I've gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot. When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. My parents are divorced, and on the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. The house that she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house itself was at least 150 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting crisscross on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse, next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood were coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down in my face, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes were pure black, full of hatred and rage, and a red face. It was a one-winged creature. Blood was dripping from the tips of its jagged, sharp teeth. It was so surreal. I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later that it was part of that fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor and could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair was laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry. I lost all strength. It was frightening. I can't put into words just how bad it was. I did all I could to crawl away from it while clenching my chest. My body was shaking uncontrollably from fear and panic. When I looked over my shoulder, I could still see it laughing at me. My mother's room was a mere 15 feet away from the TV, yet it seemed like forever crawling there. I finally made it to my mom's room and woke her up. I couldn't speak or stand up for quite some time after witnessing what I'd just gone through. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me that her and her boyfriend had seen the same thing weeks earlier, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it all, and I still think of it to this day. I have no doubt that demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when 3 people see the same thing on different occasions, different locations, either we're all crazy or something was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mom has since moved, and thankfully, we haven't encountered that thing again. In high school, a group of friends and I purchased a Ouija board to play with. We decided my house was the best, so the 5 of us sat around the board in my bedroom one Friday night and began to play. The board was also glow-in-the-dark, adding to the spookiness. The first time was uneventful. The only entity we contacted said that its name was no one. The second time was much more memorable and terrifying. It was only my close friend and I in the room, playing in the dark. Music playing softly on my stereo. We asked the basic questions, and soon noticed our breath was visible. We were freezing. Now, my house was in the woods, and my room was notoriously cold during winter. So I turned my space heater on, and we continued. No one appeared again, and still our breath hung in the air, despite the heater going full blast. The radio began to jump stations, and the volume raised and lowered. Loud static filled the room, so I shut it off. The stereo jumped back on, lights flashing, country music blaring, even though we hadn't been listening to country. Unnerved but also excited, my friend and I laughed, asking no one more questions. Feverishly, the planchette flew across the board, sometimes right out of our hands. Besides predicting some minor events, we laughed off the encounter and the Ouija board was put in my closet for safekeeping. The novelty had worn off, or at least no one wanted to play with the board anymore. Some had bad dreams or just bad feelings. Meanwhile, I felt a dark presence following me, almost like an eerie shadow that I could feel but not see. One night while in bed, the doors of my closet burst open, the radio blared on, and my lights flickered. This happened a few more times on various nights before my paranoia got the better of me, and I began to look up how to dispose of a Ouija board. Obviously, we had released something sinister. I learned that burning it was a bad idea, so my next option was a burial deep in my parents' woods. So one rainy afternoon when nobody was home, I took the board and a shovel, and I hiked deep into the forest behind my house. I dug a hole the best that I could, and I buried the board deep in the mud. I had terrible nightmares for weeks that I would come home from school to find the muddy board on my bed, but no such thing ever happened. My closet would still burst open, and the radio turn on randomly. My room stayed freezing cold most of the year. For years, I felt haunted and followed by something dark. It has subsided over the years, but I still have encounters. TVs turn on or my things go missing and suddenly appear. The encounters feel much less sinister than before, so I think whatever or whoever no one was, it wasn't good. I think the board opened me up to the encounters, but only the first felt dark or, dare I say, evil. I have found as long as I tell them that I know they're there, the events stop. I'm not sure what I encountered, or if it still follows me now. Last night I was finishing up a YouTube video as I got into bed. When it ended, I set my alarm and leaned over to plug in my phone. When I rolled back, I noticed a foggy mass above my body. It was black and partially transparent, but it felt heavy and dense, like a very negative energy mass. I immediately sat up and felt a head rush like I was on drugs. It kept growing stronger, and multiple different frequencies began to loudly ring in my ears. There were at least 3 different pitches, and no, it wasn't just my tinnitus. I'm very aware of what those episodes are like. These frequencies were layered over one another. It felt like something was trying to communicate with me. I turned on the light, went to the bathroom, and tried saying, "If anything is trying to contact me, I can't hear what you're saying. I feel sick, and this isn't making any sense, so please stop." But it didn't stop. I checked the locks on the doors before returning to bed, and once the lights were off again, I felt the same negative energy vacate my room. As I laid there, feeling sick, I began to pray, asking God for help. I repeated, "Please do not allow negative energy into this house." For 5 minutes, as I envisioned a white light cleansing every room as it grew brighter and brighter. After that, the energy completely shifted. The negativity, along with the ringing, was gone, and I didn't feel nauseous anymore. My efforts were paying off, and after a few more minutes, I started to feel warm, positive energy. One last detail. I have the washer and dryer in my room because that's the only hookup spot. Last night, my roommate was doing laundry, so I planned to ask if he was having negative thoughts or feelings at the time. I can't control his energy, but I can explain it to him for the next time. This probably sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life. I'm currently 28, but as a child, I heard voices. I saw shadows often. As an adult, I've had extremely similar situations to the one I just described. That's how I knew what to do. At a younger age, I would have simply fallen asleep terrified with the negative energy in my room. I lived in Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida over the past 10 years. I've had the craziest experiences in Tennessee. Michigan comes in as a close second. But there were almost none in Florida, which is interesting since I lived alone in that instance. Maybe I'm just sensitive to other people's energy. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? Every time I tell my friends or family, they just can't relate. Thanks for taking the time to read this. I hope others with similar situations will find this thread and see that they aren't alone. Some people are simply more sensitive to these occurrences. I've been in my family's new house alone for a few weeks now. My family moved here about 3 weeks ago. It's a really cool house. It's pretty spacious where it's at. It's got cool features like super good Wi-Fi, pool, and a slide, a door system with a passcode lock. It's by far the coolest house I've ever lived in. Anyways, I haven't had a lot of irrational fear in life. I believe in ghosts and spirits, but I've never had first-hand encounters with them. I think that a lot of stories people tell aren't real. I wonder if mine is. I don't know if it is, but I figured I would share some details. The first night I got here, I had to take a 5-hour flight, so I was pretty tired by the time I got home. When I got to the new house, I looked around for a little bit, called my dad. He told me which one was my room, and I came in and went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m., and my door was wide open, lights on all over the house. I was pretty sure I'd turned at least one or some of the lights off, so I was kind of anxious. But I also figured that it could have just been my mind making it up. I got up, turned off the hallway light, closed the door, and turned off the light in my room. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't want to go all around the house because I'm a wuss. The next day, I had no problems. I bought a pizza and chilled out by the pool. I was loving living in this mini mansion by myself. A few more days went by, and one night, I was watching Moon Night in my living room, and I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up naturally at about 2 a.m. on the recliner chair. The lights were off this time, rather than on, and I knew I'd left them on. I sat there for a moment and realized there was something moving in the kitchen. I watched in terror as I saw a bald man walking across the kitchen. He had an abnormally large head, almost like a light bulb, with this grinning smile. The room was illuminated only by the glass screen door to the right of the kitchen. He just started walking back and forth through my kitchen. My heart was pounding. My phone was dead because I'd fallen asleep without charging it. And so I just stared, holding my breath, holding myself completely still, doing my best to hold back my shivers. He kept walking back and forth, opening the drawers. He did this for about 10 minutes until he looked over at me and then walked out of the house. When he left, I sprinted upstairs and I looked outside, only to see nothing. I figured, somehow, it was a dream. I went downstairs and I checked the door. Yep, the automatic lock is good. There's no way anyone could have gotten in or out. At midnight, my passcode lock refuses entry. and you have to have the physical key to get in. I chalked it up to hallucination and went to bed. The next night, I'd been playing some video games online with a buddy of mine. We were having fun until I walked down at about 11 p.m., only to see the front door wide open. I'd left earlier to go get some food, but I remembered closing it when I came home. I was unnerved by this, but still thought not a lot of it. I went to sleep at about 11 p.m. that night. I was sleeping normally until I woke up at 3 a.m. again to see the lights on outside my room. I swore I had turned them off. I heard footsteps outside, walking up and down my hallway. I sat in horror again, lying in bed, trying not to make a noise. I had thought maybe someone had really gotten into my house, maybe when I left the door open. However, the lights turned on, and nobody left the house because I would have heard it out the window. So once again, I figured, just my mind playing tricks on me. This brings us to last night. Well, more like this morning. Last night, I went out to get food again. When I left my house, I remember closing the door and turning the lock on. I heard the click and I left. I ended up going to Five Guys, which, by the way, you guys, it's way too expensive for not very good food. Anyway, when I got home, I was mortified to see the door wide open. This time, I was highly scared. I snuck into my house, closed the door, and locked it. I went into my kitchen and I grabbed one of those steak carving forks as a weapon, and I went through my house. I checked each room, turned on all the lights, and I made sure that no one could get out. I called my dad. No good. He didn't pick up. He's in New York, so he was already asleep. I hung out and waited for a while and figured I was just crazy again. I went upstairs, and after an hour on my phone, I fell asleep. This morning, I woke up in a rush and I saw the man standing in my doorway, staring at me, only to sprint away when I got up to chase him. I got up and grabbed the steak carving fork, and I ran after him down the hall, for there to be nothing there. This is what prompted me to write this. I saw him in broad daylight, and he responded to me, following him and threatening him. I figure he's not real, something my mind is making up because I'm here alone or something. Has anyone had anything like this? And what do I do to stop it? My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the 3rd on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4, Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement, mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6, final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered. You name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So this all happened back when I was in 1st or 2nd grade, so I may be a little fuzzy on the details. Back in my early days of grade school, I attended a Catholic private school, which lay beneath an old church. Now, from what I remember, this basement had originally been a funeral-type home or something. The newly renovated gym had been the place that they'd keep the coffins, I believe. That room always gave off a dark vibe, a vibe I also felt upstairs in a certain corner of the church. A lot of weird things happened in that gym. One of my friends cut her hand badly on some scissors. One of the teachers nearly fell off a ladder, which was perfectly stable. And then there's my story. One evening after class, I and 2 sisters were playing around, entertaining ourselves. Their mother, the principal, was finishing up some paperwork, so we unfortunately had to wait. My father was in school and my stepmom at work. I started up a game of hide and seek, and the sisters agreed. The older one, we'll call her Sarah, She said that she'd count so her sister, Lily, could run and hide. Lily went into one of the classrooms while I ran towards the gym. At this time, most of the lights were off, except for the emergency ones, so it was pretty dark. Along the wall, on the left side, in front of the gym, were some stairs. I crouched down in the darkness there and waited. I was waiting for maybe 3 minutes when I felt a chill go down my spine. Instinctually, I looked over at the gym doors, which were open outwards. On the glass door opposite me, I noticed the reflection of a girl, about my age, watching me. She was wearing a pinkish dress, a sundress perhaps, and her hair was tied up in 2 long pigtails that looked like my current hairstyle. This little girl looked very unfamiliar, and I remember feeling very confused, as I'd been told earlier to go play in the gym. Also, I'd like to say that my uniform consisted of a navy blue dress, a white undershirt, tights, and black shoes. Thus, my confusion towards her outfit. She waved at me and kind of gave me this weirdly happy smile. I waved back, still confused, and then I heard my friends calling. I went to meet them, and they seemed freaked, spewing things like, "I saw the devil," and, "Oh my God, something scary happened." I mentioned a little girl, which freaked them out even more, so we all ran back to the office to be near their mom. I'm still wondering as to who or what that was, because every time I think about it, a huge wave of fear washes over me. I'm not sure if this is on topic or not, but 4 years back, I woke up at night, laying in my bed for a few minutes. For context, my bed is facing 2 tall windows with 2 curtains, and there was a small crack in the middle of the curtains where you could slightly see outside. Suddenly, what I can only describe as floodlights turned on, flooding into my bedroom from the outside, except the light was purple, and there was no noise at all. Not sure if it was from pure shock or not, but my body started to shake, to vibrate. I got out of bed, and I ran to my parents' room, and I didn't turn back. I didn't see the light vanish, but when my parents went to look in my room, it was gone. I stayed up with my parents the rest of the night, which felt like 10 minutes, and then it was daylight again. Not sure, like I said, if it fits here, but I wanted to share this and see if anyone else has experienced something like this before. The only kind of proof I have is that the purple light, it stained the middle of my curtains purple, while the others in the house have a faded white color from the sun. The curtain is still purple to this day. Here's a photo I took today. My partner and I moved back to Seattle in January to the Chinatown International District, and we've loved it. But lately, we've been experiencing some weird things in the apartment. The first weird thing to happen was about a month ago. My partner was in the only closet in our studio apartment when he jumped out, startled, eyes as big as dinner plates. Without taking his eyes off the closet, he asked me if I had just said, "Help me." I told him I hadn't, as I was just sitting at the computer, playing a game. We shook it off and assumed it was nothing. Then, a week ago, I was cooking something for dinner while my partner was showering. Completely distracted, I felt a hand on my ass, so I jokingly batted it away, asking him not to bother me while I was cutting up vegetables. No answer, so I turned around, and he was still in the shower. I went and asked him if he was fucking with me, to which he said he wasn't. Fast forward to last night and to just now. Last night I was laying in bed, having a hard time getting to sleep. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a head and shoulders raised from the foot of the bed. I do a quick double take, but my second look, the figure is gone. And literally, about 10 minutes ago, I'm back in bed, and I see the shadow of a man walk by the corner of my bed into the kitchen. I'm freaked out. All doors and windows are locked. I checked the 2 rooms in the studio, bathroom, laundry room, and there's nothing. Not a single sign of someone else in our apartment. I feel very on edge. So I go to the grocery store around 6-ish to pick up food for the week. I use the self-checkout and I'm walking straight towards the automatic doors to leave, and a couple walks in. The girl catches my eye because she has a very detailed tattoo of a dragon on her thigh. I admire the tattoo for a second just as she slightly stumbles onto the floor mat, which causes her glasses to fall off her face and onto the floor. She bends down to pick them up and proceeds past me. I get home, cook my meals, which takes an hour or so. I go into my bathroom and my cat has knocked over my toothbrush, which is now being chewed by my dog. I have no extras, so I hop back in the car and go back to the grocery store for a toothbrush. It's around 8-ish. I grab the toothbrush, but this time I have to go to the regular register because self-checkout is closed. My route to the doors is different this time. I have to walk down an aisle in front of the registers, and the doors are to my right. Just as I'm getting to the door, the same exact couple walks in. The dragon tattoo is a dead giveaway. The girl then stumbles on the floor mat, drops her glasses, and then kneels down to pick them up. No expression, nothing. I literally made a what the fuck face and felt so confused. I got back in the car and just thought of the sheer amount of coincidences that just happened. I see this couple once, the girl drop her glasses and pick them up. My dog just so happens to chew my toothbrush, causing me to come back to the grocery store hours later. Somehow this couple not only needed to come back to the store, but do so at the exact same time as where we meet in the exact same place and manner. I just now have a different point of view. Then the cherry on top, the girl stumbles and drops her glasses again. Shit was weird. One hot summer day near Northern California, a friend and I were driving to a party that was happening about 2.5 hours away from where we lived. We knew the party host, so we were heading there early afternoon to hang out, help set up. We were just cruising down the highway with the AC pumping, as it was over 100 degrees that day. As I leaned forward and broke my highway-induced trance to turn on the radio, I happened to look up and notice that we had caught up to a couple of motorcycles. A guy was riding his own bike, and a woman with her own as well, cruising a little ways behind him. My friend was from New York and super used to bumper-to-bumper traffic, so when I noticed that he was driving a little too close to the bikes, I spoke up and warned him to give motorcycles extra space because you just never know. Rolling his eyes, he did back off. As I continued to absent-mindedly watch the 2 motorcyclists, I suddenly took notice of the woman's bike directly in front of us. I had started to see what looked like the faintest hint of smoke coming from her rear wheel. As I leaned forward and looked closer, the smoke began to get thicker and more obvious. Then, all of a sudden, her Her back tire began to wobble. At first, a little. Then the wheel really started to wobble bad. The events that were to follow took place in only a few seconds, but those few seconds seemed to just stretch on and on. I watched helplessly as her rear wheel began to wobble out of control. The smoking and wobbling rear wheel caused her to start losing control of the heavy bike. Then the rear wheel just locked up. That caused the front of the bike to swerve out of control. Her front wheel then jerked to the left, causing her to completely lose her balance on the bike. Because she was riding at about 60 miles an hour, the loss of control completely threw her off her bike. I watched in horror as her bike went sideways in the lane and tipped over, going right out underneath her legs. As the powerful, still speeding motorcycle turned and fell out from beneath her legs, she clung onto the handlebars until she was almost doing a handstand on the bike. Her stick-straight arms started to twist opposite of her lower body. That twisting motion finally forced her to release the handlebars. I remember watching the giant bike fall, the glint from the sun on the bike's chrome, blinding me for a split second. As my vision faded back in, though, I watched the woman do a backflip and twist mid-air. Then she hit the hot blacktop head first and did another final spin before her limp and unconscious body toppled over onto the blacktop. Thankfully, she had a full-faced helmet on, but no leathers. The woman was only wearing a tank top and jeans, probably due to the heat that day. I knew that when she woke up, she was going to be in serious pain from that road burn alone. We stopped immediately to help. It was then that I remembered there had been a man riding in front of her, but slightly ahead of her, so he must not have realized right away what had happened over his loud bike. Of course, we and some other people who had stopped called 911 right away. A few seconds later, her riding buddy came back for her. He hastily parked his bike, then ran over to her in a panic. A couple bystanders shouted for him to not touch her or move her. I spoke up right then and agreed, telling him that she could very well have a severe head or spinal injury. She came to just before emergency personnel arrived. She started to scream in pure agony and pain, while I tried to gently and matter-of-factly tell her not to move at all. I told her she had been in an accident and that she was unconscious for over 2 minutes, and the help would be there in a second. Help arrived less than 3 minutes after the woman regained consciousness. My friend and I left after that. We didn't speak of it to anyone at the party, and I haven't really talked about it until now. But the moral of the story, for me at least, was that you should always trust your gut instincts. If I hadn't mentioned to my friend to back off, not even 2 minutes before that happened, let's just say, who knows how bad that situation could have turned out. I sometimes repeat a day. I always tell myself it's just a dream or déjà vu. I first experienced it when I was 18. It was 2016 and I was in college. I woke up that day expecting it to be Wednesday. I went to my small pantry to look for breakfast, and I saw the cup of noodle I ate the day before, and I thought that I'd just forgot buying another one. I drank coffee, and I saw my wallet and thought I had extra cash. I might go buy a muffin at the bakery. Then I went and rode the bus. And weirdly, it was the same bus I rode yesterday. I knew the driver, and he greeted me. I nodded at him and said, "Good morning." That was around the time it felt weird. I entered our classroom and got confused when our professor on modern physics was sitting in the front, waiting for us. It was 5 or 10 minutes before her class, and she's always early. She was my favorite professor. I asked my classmate, "What's Mrs. M doing here? Shouldn't Mr. T be our first period?" And my classmate told me that Mr. T's period is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was Tuesday today. Chills ran through my spine, but I laughed and told him, "Stop kidding around." Then he showed me his phone, and the date was the date of yesterday. I was speechless as he laughed at me. I guess I told myself this day was a déjà vu. I went on with my day, saw the people I saw yesterday, talked to the same people, did the activities we did. I got higher scores since I knew most of the answers. I went to my girlfriend's school. We went and ate dinner. I walked her home, kissed her goodbye, and went back to my boarding house. All of the things I did yesterday. I even searched through my study table to look for my notes in calculus that I wrote after I went home, but it wasn't there. It's happened to me 3 or 4 times now, and I'm a physics major grad. I'm reading a lot about altering time and space patterns, but the nearest thing I can conclude is that it was just a dream that I happened to live again in real life. So this happened a few years back, my freshman year of college. Let me preface, I've always been a sleep talker since I was a kid, and I was a sleepwalker, but I grew out of that. My mom and sister have plenty of stories of me doing weird shit while I sleep, from walking around the house doing weird things to having absurd conversations with them. Now, this isn't terribly unusual, and they obviously got to a point where they would just assume, but they insist they could never tell that I was asleep because my eyes were open and I looked awake. But I would never have any recollection of anything, just that I went to bed and woke up the next morning. Now for the wild story. I was decently close to my freshman year roommate, and he never minded my sleep talking because he always had a good laugh listening to whatever crazy stuff I was dreaming about. He had had conversations with me in my sleep, so he knew this was a thing that could happen. Me actually being able to respond to what he was saying and such, and me not remembering. One night, apparently, I woke up and asked if he could get me a hamburger, telling him I wanted one real bad. He answered that everywhere that we would go would be closed, that we could get one tomorrow. I insisted that I wanted one now, and this was a good 2-minute back and forth before I laid back down. One small twist. This conversation was in complete and fluent Spanish. I've never taken Spanish, and I could not tell you to this day even what the word for hamburger is. My roommate took Spanish all through high school, though, and swears I was 100% fluent through the whole thing. The next morning I woke up and he said, "Dude, I didn't know you spoke Spanish." I, obviously very confused, insisted I didn't know what he was talking about. He then asked if I knew the word for hamburger in Spanish, and I had absolutely no idea. We were both pretty rattled and still to this day have no idea how to explain this. His girlfriend at the time was on FaceTime with him and heard the conversation, so I know he was awake and didn't just dream it. So I've looked online, but I haven't stumbled upon anything like what a friend and I saw a few years ago. Maybe someone here can provide insight or point me in the right direction. I'm gonna say that it was summer about 1990. I lived in a small town in Pennsylvania. A friend and I were heading to the next town over, and we were taking a shortcut on a rural road. Houses were few on this road. We reached a stop sign intending to turn right and head towards the main road, and there was a house on our left. It was dark outside at the time, and we saw a strange pattern of lights above the house. We thought maybe they were having a get-together in the back, and we were seeing some sort of dance lights. Haze and fog aren't uncommon, so we thought the light was just hitting the low-hanging fog. The light pattern was ghostly pale, not bright at all. It consisted of a central round light, surrounded by smaller circular round balls, smaller than the center one. It was like 20 feet over the top of the house. The outer balls would rotate around the center, slow to a stop, converge towards the center ball, and then return to their former position and begin to rotate again. We sat there for about 2 minutes watching, debating what it was. The owner must have seen us sitting at the top, and they turned the porch light on and opened the front door. We just left at that point. As we reached the main road, we saw the light moving across the sky. It was dim, and the mountain terrain made it difficult to keep in sight. We saw it off in the distance, not a very high altitude, but a fair distance from us. We eventually lost sight of it as the road ran downhill and never saw it again. To this day, still have no idea what we saw. It didn't appear to be solid, but rather ghostly, glowing balls of light. We told some friends what we saw, and, of course, we were laughed at. I still talk to my buddy. We're 1,200 miles apart now, but he remembers too. I'm not making any claims in the least, just saying I have no idea. It was raining. An ambulance's approach can be heard just beyond the hill in the distance. I'm no longer sitting in my driveway, listening to the Vikings game on the radio. I'm no longer in my car at all. An inhale brings the cold air into my lungs, piercing the warmth they once held. Exhaled in a fog in front of me. As if waking from a dream, my conscious senses begin to construct the reality around me. A quick glance down reveals that I'm now standing on the ledge of a bridge. The waters below travel at an unforgiving pace. A dark, raging current witnessed from what is surely a perishable height. Shock and terror propel me backward. My legs react before my brain, and I desperately cling onto the metal light pole that shared the small ledge with me. Tight in my embrace, I notice that I'm not alone. On the bridge, standing in the road, I locked eyes with a young man. He's in distress, holding a cell phone up to his ear and pleading with someone not to jump. I realize his requests are directed towards me. And suddenly the darkness around us is extinguished by the arrival of ambulance lights. Behind the ambulance is a cop car. The officer leaps out of his vehicle and runs towards me, telling me to hold on. When they help me back over the steel bridge rail, I'm led to the back of the ambulance where they take my vitals, and the cop asks what I was doing up there. I didn't know. I didn't know how I got up there. I didn't know where I was. And my car was nowhere to be found. But I told him everything that I could remember, including that the last place I saw my car was in my driveway. I accept the ambulance ride to the local hospital where they can do some tests on me. As we walk in, I see that it's almost 4 a.m. Earlier that day, or more accurately, the day prior, I dropped my partner off at the airport. I didn't want to alarm her just before she got on a plane, but I had a mini heart attack on the freeway while driving us there. The steering wheel fell through the fingers of my left hand, but I held on with my right. After a series of violent palpitations, somehow, by the grace of God, my heart rate started to calm down. We make it to the airport and say our goodbyes. As the sliding glass consumed our final gaze, I felt my heart start to act up again. A horse in my chest, spooked from the trot of a death gallop. In anticipation for the pain to grow, I quickened my steps to get back in the car and scramble for my heart medication in the glove box. It's the music of a dead man, I thought, while the pills dance and crash into the orange walls of the bottle, like maracas as my shaking hands try to steady the beat. With a few drops of moisture found in a Gatorade bottle under the seat, I managed to swallow the 2 pills. Then I sat in the airport parking garage and turned on the Vikings game for a while, until I felt confident to drive again. When the first quarter ended, I began my trip home. During the drive, I decided to get some McDonald's. I take the exit ramp, but then I have to look again because it seems, somehow, I'm merging back onto the freeway. The cars behind me are honking, and I hastily merge back onto the freeway, thinking what happened could be blamed on an absent-minded distraction. Like when you walk into a room and forget what you were there for. I'll just get food closer to home, I thought. And that's when I saw the McDonald's bag sitting in my passenger seat. The hunger pains I'd previously felt have manifested into sharp jabs of fear and doubt. The sensation is breathtaking. I hit the hazards and pull off to the shoulder, and I dig inside the bag for a receipt. If the time on my dashboard was correct, it had been a half-hour difference from when I got my McDonald's to tapping my hazards. But what truly scared me was that there was another bag under the McDonald's. A paper bag with a pack of Marbreds in it. I don't smoke. That receipt unsettlingly reads just shy of 10 minutes to the dash. The truest confusion draws tears to my eyes, and I sob, parked on the shoulder, as the Vikings game goes into halftime. My partner won't be landing for another hour, and as I contemplate what to do next, it's hard to ignore my paranoia that this could happen again. I know I probably should have just stayed there and called an Uber or a cab. But the expenses involved in letting my car get towed consciously pushed me back onto the road. By the end of the third, I'm about to reach the exit into town, 4 miles away. Looking down at my hands, I'm shaking again. But vibrating through the shakes, water droplets start forming on the back of my hands. The car isn't hot. I don't feel hot, but I start to feel the dampness of my hands begin to transfer throughout my body. Drops of cold water race from the nape of my neck down my spine. I think I'm having a profound cold sweat. The sweat begins to get in my eyes, and it makes the steering wheel hard to grip. I hear an ambulance climbing the rows of traffic behind me. My car is in the lane it will be obstructing soon. The lane next to me opens up, and I grab the wheel as steady as I can and begin to get over. Using extra caution, I look back and then forward. What was originally in front of me was a silver Mazda. Then, in the blink of an eye, an entirely different car. Maroon Chevy Tahoe, on an entirely different street. I'm on my street. In the game, it's almost over. As I rip into my driveway, I put the car in park, and I rest my head against the headrest as I contemplate calling an ambulance. A part of me just wants to go inside and go to bed. But it's in that moment that I'm transported to where I started the story. The ledge. from gas pedals beneath my feet to the stone of that ledge, all in the blink of an eye. The officer that night must have felt pity for the state that I was in, because after I was shipped off to the hospital, they did a sweep from the bridge back to my address, looking for my car. The officer showed up at the hospital and he says that they'd located it, telling me that it was indeed parked in my driveway. He looked a little concerned as he continued on, telling me that the keys were still in the ignition and that my phone was on the front seat and my front door was wide open. They walked inside, but nothing looked burglarized. All of my electronics were still plugged in, and my wallet was even on the living room table. The officer takes it out of his pocket and gently tosses the worn leather, along with my keys, onto the metal tray beside my hospital bed. They were kind enough to lock everything up and bring my things to the hospital. But they weren't about to let me get back on the road after everything I just told them. The next couple of hours, I was almost wishing to black out, as inconclusive test after inconclusive test was read to me by a training physician. And as much as I wanted to safely stay in the confines of my hospital room under the watchful eye of medical professionals, it was made pretty clear to me that staying wasn't going to be an option. At this time, there was nothing more they could do for me. Call us if you experience another episode, were the last words spoken to me at the ER. Well, actually, I did hear from the receptionist, "Okay, be outside in 5 minutes," as she confirmed that she'd called a cab for me. Once again, I was utterly alone in the world. My cell phone was dead, but at least back in my possession. The whole cab ride home, my eyes rapidly panned from the road to the clock every 30 seconds. Terrified, I'd blink again to find an unfamiliar world around me. And now I had to worry about somebody else being involved. When the cab pulled up to my house, I didn't bother waiting for any type of change. Just tossed the driver some 20s and made my way to the front door, which was still closed and thankfully not wide open. Entering the house, I notice immediately it's permeated with the thick smell of cigarette smoke. The Marb Reds that were previously on my passenger seat are now laying on the floor of my living room. 4 smokes are missing from the pack. My loathing for the moment turns into spiteful determination to figure out this puzzle of mind and body. When my phone turns back on, tons of voicemail notifications and text messages start filling up my notification bar. While it's still vibrating, I call my wife and I tell her everything up to that point. She reacts exactly how I expect her to, probably exactly how any loving partner would. She tells me that she's finding a flight to take out tomorrow, to stay home, and that she'll get a ride back. Unfortunately, since then, this has not been an isolated incident. Though I don't have many more answers, I've been prescribed medications and keep going through different tests. Right now, I'm on a medication called Namenda. It's supposed to help with cognitive short-term memory loss. And Midrodin, which is supposed to help with the blackout part. I'm lucky to have married the most patient woman on the planet. She's become my record keeper of the day-to-day. She's also trained herself to look for signs that I may be stumbling into a mental void. The part I find really unsettling, and we haven't been able to get many answers on, is the fact that when I go through these blackouts or episodes, my wife says my personality changes. She says the person that she's talking to is no longer me. From my voice, my mannerisms, everything just sort of changes. I know it scares her just as much as it does me. If I'm honest, I'm nervous that this is my life now, that this is the outlook for the rest of my marriage. I feel like the solitude of my soul has been pulled away somehow. Does this kind of thing sound familiar to anyone? Has anyone experienced something remotely like this? The time slips, the changes in personality with no sign of brain injury or psychological disorder. Maybe you know someone who's had this happen to them. I'm losing hope, so casting a wider net, thinking maybe I'll gain some. I wouldn't have bothered writing this story if I hadn't already exhausted every other outlet in existence. So, here's my shot in the dark that someone somewhere out there will be able to empathize, maybe give advice on, I guess, just surviving. Anyway, thanks for listening. I was at the laundromat today with my father and my 1.5-year-old. To kill some time between loads, I took my extremely active tot outside where he couldn't destroy things. There was a gas station about 30 yards next door, and there was a 6-foot chain link fence halfway between that separated the lots. The area just outside the laundromat that's connected to this fence was a little grassy, sandy, open area with one large tree right in the center. My son runs outside, turns, and starts running around in this area, laughing and playing, which is great. After about a minute, he starts running up diagonally towards the fence in the direction of the gas station. I'm laughing behind him, watching his little legs go, when all of a sudden, I hear footsteps approaching behind me. So I turn and look, and I kid you not, it was like the movie Get Out. This man was just straight, knee to chest, running straight towards my child, with manic eyes. I bolted and scooped him up. I darted back into the laundromat so fast. I glanced back over my shoulder when I was taking off, and the guy was now on his knees, laughing and then rolling around, being all weird. I'm not sure if he was mentally ill or high, but I was shaking so bad because I had no clue what his intentions were. After a painful breakup, I decided to try Tinder and Bumble. I'd gone on a few dates on both, and everything went fine. This one guy on Tinder seemed nice enough. He was attractive, intelligent, and a school teacher in the area. We talked for about 2 weeks before the idea of a date came up, but he said that he'd been in a recent auto accident leading to a concussion. He was thus advised against unnecessary driving for at least a month. As a person in the medical field, this checked out. We talked for about 2 months as he was healing, and then finally had our date. We had lunch at a place that he picked. It was fine. The food was good, and the alcohol selection was nice. He was rude to the waitress, which put him in the negative, along with his MySpace photo angles. After lunch, he asked if I would take a walk with him through this park. I said yes. We drove there separately. It was about a mile away. We walked through the park until we came by some swings. I beelined it for them because I love swings, and there was no one else in the park. As I was happily swinging, he stood there watching me. Finally, he asked, "Hey, what do you think would happen if you were to die right now? How would you feel?" And I laughed, feeling happy on the swings. I would be happy, I guess. And then he asked, "Well, what would you feel if someone made that happen?" And so I asked what he meant, and he elaborated. "What would you feel if I were to make you crack your head as you fell off the swings?" And that's all the specifics I really remember, because what followed was this guy describing how he would kill and torture me. I don't remember his specifics, but I remember thinking, oh, fuck, there's no one here. Let's keep him happy. And I was agreeing to certain words like scream, pain, and big. Finally, a family started down the hill towards us, and I fucking booked it. Him at my heels, blathering on about whatever. I got to my car, and there was a full audience at this point. And he leaned into me saying, "So, I'm going to lean into you." And I flinched away from him. He straightened up and ran to his car and left. I tried to report him on Tinder, but he'd already deleted his account. He never told me his last name. He explicitly wouldn't when I asked that day. 2 weeks later, he texted me saying that my manners were horrible and that my swing set banter was terrible. I blocked him and had nightmares for weeks afterwards. I grew up in the backwoods of rural Maine. I met my wife, then girlfriend, in high school. My father built our house from the ground up on land acquired from my grandfather. Some strange happenings have happened in those woods, but those are stories for another time. My wife's childhood home was an 1820s farmhouse that was set on a desolate street near a mountain. She had relatively close neighbors, but all was usually pretty quiet. No street lights on the street, and the vast majority of sound came from the frogs in the woods. She'd always told me odd and strange happenings occurring at the home, but I always kind of just dismissed them. Her parents moved to Florida for work, and her brother was already in the military stationed on the other side of the continent. So her parents allowed her and I to rent the property so that the house could remain taken care of. I worked a night job from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a halfway house, and my girlfriend worked at a local pizza shop during the day, so we only had weekends together, which was fine. I always made it a point to call her whenever I arrived at work, just to make sure she was good. On one night in particular, it took a turn for the stuff of nightmares. I called and she picked up the phone in hysterics, talking about people being in the home, walking around downstairs and talking amongst themselves, all men. The line was oddly staticky, and I could hear our 2 dogs growling in the background. I told my employers of the situation, and they told me to go. I remained on the phone for the remainder of my frantic drive home. She was very obviously upset. I was about 20 minutes from the house, but this particular commute felt like hours. As I neared the house, about 5 minutes out, I started to hear men whispering into the phone, but her reassuring me that no one was in the room with her. Then, what I feared the most, a loud crash through the phone, a blood-curdling scream from my girlfriend, and the dogs going berserk. I'm 2 seconds from the driveway, and I tried to calmly ask what had just happened. She was still on the line, luckily, and she said that she didn't know, just that it had come from her brother's room next to hers. As I pulled into the dirt driveway, I saw no other vehicles besides hers. I asked her if the men were still there, and she told me that she could still hear them talking. I told her I was coming in with something blunt. I swept through the house, quietly but quickly. Nothing. I go upstairs to where her and her brother's room were, to see her in the bed with the dogs in an extremely defensive stance. I told her the house was clear and asked what the bang was. She pointed to her brother's room, to which I slammed open the door, but was met with resistance toward the end. His AC unit was lodged into the drywall. This was a fairly heavy window unit, and it was in his window prior to this incident. The window was now a good 12 feet from where it currently rested, in the sheetrock. From that night forward, I always felt watched, and that I was never alone in that house, until we moved, and I myself joined the military. Her parents have since sold the house, but I'll never forget the oddities that took place there on a pretty frequent basis. This story happened about 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister Kira was 16. For the sake of the story, it's important to know that I was female presenting and hadn't come out as trans yet, nor was I presenting myself in an overtly masculine style at the time. It was the summer before I was going to college, and I mostly lived with my mom and Kira, except every other weekend, where I'd stay with my dad. Now, summers where I am can get really hot and humid, so we had a habit of waiting to walk the dogs until 6 or 7 p.m., because that's when it would be cooler but still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't going to be home until late, though I don't remember the exact reason why. She's a woman that likes to stay busy and often participates in choirs, Bible studies, youth group events, classes, and more. So it wasn't uncommon for Kira and I to be left at home alone until 8 or 9 p.m. So it was up to me and Kira to walk the dogs by ourselves, unless we wanted our younger dog, Samson, to throw tantrums due to pent-up energy. Even though we lived in the countryside and could have walked them down our street, Kira and I decided to drive out 20 minutes to our park instead. Why? I don't remember. It could have been anything from being bored walking our dogs to not wanting to have to deal with blind curves and hills. Whatever the reason, at around 7:30 p.m., Kira and I harnessed our 2 dogs, packed them up in the car, and drove to the park. Let me quickly explain the layout of the park so it's easier to understand why we got nervous halfway through our walk. This park isn't very big, but it's popular because it's a loop. The entire park is surrounded by a mile-long looping road with its attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall, all spaced about in the inner side of the loop. The outer side is just grass, trees, and one playground at its end. Thus, it's common and expected to pass people walking the loop at least 2 times if you're walking in opposite directions, but not if you're walking in the same direction, obviously. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. At first, everything about this walk was normal. I parked the car, we clipped our dogs to leashes, and we started on the loop. Every so often, we'd stop so I could take pictures of our good boys, particularly of Kira trying to wrangle Samson, who pulls like his life depends on it and weaves around because he wants to smell everything. It was while I was taking one of these pictures that the first encounter happened. A man who looked to be in his 40s walked past us, walking in the same direction we were, up towards the playground on the outer side of the loop. He smiled at Kira, nodded, said hello or cute dogs, something like that, and kept walking. I honestly didn't think anything of it. We're at a park at a time of day where it's common to walk around due to the cooler temperatures, and people where I am are generally friendly. Smiling and saying hi is pretty normal, no matter who says it. We smiled back, maybe said hi or thanks depending on what he said, and that was that. Or so we thought. This man passed us again only 10 minutes later, directly across from where we'd seen him previously, just like he did before. He smiled and said, "Hi." This time, Kira and I looked at each other once he was ahead of us and shared a, well, that was weird, expression. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had passed us walking up toward the playground and subsequently broke off from the loop, and he'd been walking in the same direction as us. This time, though, he'd cut in front of us, and he did it in a way where we had to stop to avoid running into him. Hell, he nearly touched Kira with how close he was walking. This was already weird in and of itself. The other weird part was him cutting past us in the opposite direction. The only way he could have done that was if he'd cut across the inside of the loop, since it would have been close to impossible to pass us at a certain point from the other direction if he decided to walk the opposite way of the loop than us. It came off almost like he wanted to walk by us again. But just like before, Kira and I brushed this weirdness off. The guy could have been enjoying a rambling stroll and doing his own thing for all we knew. Besides, we had 2 reasonably sized dogs with us. Who'd mess with us? Not even 5 minutes later, this same man passed us again, once again, cutting so close past us that he nearly brushed shoulders with Kira. Again, he smiled and said, "Hi," before walking off. This was officially the moment I decided we needed to leave. Sure, it's normal to pass a person at least 2 times walking this loop if you're going in the opposite directions, but doing so takes a while. You have to at least get to the parallel spot on the loop from where your paths first intersected to see each other again. But the time between running into the guy and the location we passed each other didn't match up in a way that didn't look suspicious. Plus, I really wasn't a fan of how he cut across us. The first time, he passed us like a normal person walking faster than us would, albeit a little close. The second time, he cut in front of us from the opposite direction instead of walking around us, to the point where we had to stop to avoid running into him. This third time, he walked up behind us, then did this weird directionally slant walk to cross the street and go in the opposite direction, cutting us off again. So yeah, I told Kira to hustle so we could get to our car and get out instead of doing a second loop. So that's what we did. When we were almost to our car, we noticed a car creeping along behind us. We pulled to the side and stopped to let it pass. But for a second, it stopped too. We figured he was getting ready to park, so we started walking again. The car started creeping along behind us soon after we did. So we stopped again, and the car stopped with us. This was when Kira got nervous. We hadn't seen the middle-aged guy since the third cutoff, so we figured I'd overthought the whole thing. But here we were, with this tinted window car, acting weird as hell. Was it the same guy back with his car? A different guy? We couldn't tell. Before anything could happen, though, another car idled up to the one next to us, and whoever it was sped up to the expected 5 miles per hour. We got to our car pretty fast after that, and practically picked up the dogs to get them inside of the car. We got in and got out of there. My mistake, however, was neglecting my rearview mirror and the wide advised rule to not drive straight home if you're worried a stranger's taken too much interest in you. I was anxious, dumb, and primarily concerned with getting home where we could be safe. Because home is safe, right? Nothing bad is supposed to happen to you there, right? My naive false sense of security. I think we got home around 8-something. The sun had finally disappeared behind the horizon, but it wasn't fully dark yet. Just that dusty purple color the sky gets before it finally accepts that it's nighttime. Mom wasn't home yet, so we got the dogs some water, locked the doors, ate a late dinner, and chilled in the living room, talking about things that didn't really matter. It was almost 9:30 when the scariest part of the whole ordeal happened. There, Kira and I were, sitting on different couches, talking about something or other, when we noticed the ceiling briefly light up. Over where Kira was sitting. An important note here is that Kira is sitting on a small couch with her back to a window that faces the front of the house, while I was on a couch on the opposite wall, where I could see a sliver of the front porch. Likewise, right next to Kira was our front door, which has 3 small rectangular windows on it. Due to our long, slightly curvy driveway, it's common to see headlights stream through that window, light up the ceiling, fade, and then intensify. It means someone's just come home. So when the ceiling above Kira lit up, we thought nothing of it, assuming Mom was finally coming back from wherever she had been that night. And we didn't take any notice of the light skipping the final arc of somebody pulling up the driveway either. We also didn't pay any mind to how long it was taking Mom to come inside. Mom has a habit of pulling in and then checking her phone for God knows how long before coming inside. After a couple of minutes, I noticed the small motion sensor light that Mom set up on a table on the porch lights up. Again, I could only see a sliver of the space based on my position and the curtains. Basically, I could see a smidge of the table and the rails bordering the porch, but not the stairs or anything approaching the door, depending on how they approached it. I wasn't paying much attention either, because I assumed it was my mom. Right after the light went off, we both heard the storm door open, but we didn't hear anyone pressing the code keys of our lock or jiggling the door handle, like Mom usually does right away. The moment the storm door creaked open, our 2 dogs jumped up and ran to the door, barking like mad. Our golden greyhound mix Calvin has a deep, scary bark, which contradicts his adorable appearance. Samson, our dumb goofball son, who is incapable of hurting a fly, but a big boy, jumps up on his hind legs and scrambles to find a perch on one of the small windows in a desperate attempt to see who's outside. Immediately, the storm door slammed shut, and we heard heavy footsteps on the cement of our porch. Calvin started going nuts and jumped up on Kira's couch, standing on its back instead of the cushions to look out the window. Samson ran out of the room and went out the doggy door that leads to the back porch, which has a ramp going down into a fenced portion of our yard. I couldn't move. I never understood, really, what it meant when people described their limbs turning to lead until that moment. It felt like I didn't have limbs, really. Like moving wasn't an option. If I moved, I might glimpse something or someone through the windows. The person could see me running around the house, freaking out, and decide to come after us after all. So I sat there, my mind steadily going blank as my heart sped up and limbs refused to move. In the game of fight, flight, or freeze, I'm the freezer. Kira, on the other hand, is a fighter. She spins around and looks out the window, but can't see anything because besides the motion light on the porch, it's too dark. So naturally, she gets up, grabs a stray dog toy, which just so happens to be a tug-of-war rope with a ball on one end, and opens the door. I tell her very calmly to shut the door and stay inside. She ignored me and stepped out onto the porch. She comes back inside after not seeing anything, but to my utter disbelief, she disappears to the kitchen and comes back with a knife and goes outside again. This time, she's gone for a handful of seconds before running back inside and slamming the door shut. Breathless, she tells me that she went out a bit into the yard and she saw the outline of a man by the rundown dog kennel we don't use anymore. When she saw him and froze, he moved. This time, she listened to me when I told her to lock the door. I managed to call Mom despite my head being empty and my limbs being lead, and she convinced me to get up, make sure all of the doors were locked, including the basement, and make sure the dogs were inside. I ended up making Kira go into the fenced-up section to drag Samson back inside because I couldn't get my legs to move after thinking about doing it myself. Cowardly, I know. After Mom got home and looked around, finding nothing, We called the non-emergency number for the police, not wanting to bother them in case we were overreacting. 2 cops came by and walked around our yard and found nothing. We got the sense they didn't believe us, but instead saw us as 2 overexcited girls with exaggerated imaginations. Still, they humored us and told us, after we told them about the park, that if I think anyone might be following us, or if someone's acting a little too creepy, not to drive straight home and to check if anyone's following us. Then they left. To this day, I'm pretty sure the only people who believe someone with malicious intent came to our home in hopes of finding 2 teenage girls is Kira and me. Though, whether or not whoever it was the guy from the park, we're not sure. But it's too coincidental, isn't it? That the same day we have multiple encounters with this guy who goes out of his way to get close to us, a car inch along behind us, that we also have an almost intruder encounter. Plus, there were too many details that didn't add up to us having overly excited imaginations. We both saw headlights. The motion detector on the porch turned on. The storm door opened and stayed open until Samson jumped up to look out the door's window. It's a very noisy door, and it makes sounds when opening and closing. We heard footsteps. Kira saw someone. And the dogs don't run up to the door like that and bark their heads off if no one's there. I don't know if whoever was at our house was the same guy that ran into us at the park. If it was, I don't know if the reason he cut in front of us as close as he did was to test how our dogs would react to him. And them not caring at all, or the first time wagging their tails, convinced him that they weren't a threat. I don't know if he was in the car that inched behind us and stopped when we stopped. I don't know what would have happened if Calvin didn't have a scary, manic bark, or if Samson wasn't tall enough to look out the high windows on the door. I don't know much of anything. What I do know is this. If you're out and about, minding your own business, and a stranger is taking a lot of notice of you, following you, frequently running into you, or whatever, trust your gut. Don't drive or walk straight home. Meander, go to a public space, or just take your time. Pay attention to your surroundings. You never know who's watching you. So this was about 3 years ago. It still creeps me out. I was 18 at the time. I'm now 21. I was walking home from work at the local pizza joint, and I took my usual route home. It was about 9:45, 10:15 p.m., and it was super dark. As I'm getting about 100 yards away from the street I live on, a white van turns onto the street. Something didn't sit right with me, so I yanked out my earbuds and paused my music. I then turned down my street, and as I'm getting closer to my house, I start getting a weird gut feeling. I look up from my phone as I was about to text my roommate, who was out of town at the time, that I was almost home, about 15 yards or so. As I look up, I notice the white van sitting in front of my house, and the man inside is just staring at me. The yellow car light shining on his face. He had brown hair, glasses, facial hair. His van lights were off, but his car was running. I stop and I put my back to a tree in my neighbor's yard, and I just stood there, maintaining eye contact with this man. After about what seemed like eternity, probably 5 minutes, he starts driving towards the stop sign at the end of the road. I didn't put my back to him. I kept my back to the tree and maintained visuals on the van the entire time. until it stopped at the stop sign. He just sat there for probably 2 or 3 minutes, all while I'm not looking away and while my back was still on the tree. Finally, he turned right, the direction in which I'd come from, and about 20 seconds of making sure that nobody else was coming, I bolted to my house. I quickly get inside and lock the door. I go to the window and very quietly look through the blinds. After a few seconds of looking, he drove back up and down the street and left again. Afterwards, I text my roommate what happened and then went to each and every one of the windows in my house to make sure they were locked, along with the back door and garage door. I made sure to keep all the lights off for the remainder of the night. I didn't sleep a lick that night. I was so paranoid at every sound or movement. Let's just say, I never walked home after that. My mom's dog, Punky, rest in peace, was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an ESA dog, but trained to be a service dog for PTSD before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she lived. She never growled or nipped anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people. A real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at was that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I was 11 years old at the time, and I was at home with my siblings, 2 and 6. My then stepdad was at work, and my mom ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. It was only a mile or 2 away from us. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods, on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our rickety driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer, having a grand time watching YouTube videos, when all of a sudden, all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers, a Chihuahua, perk up and bark a few times. And then start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in their bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figured that they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks, loudly. I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around. All of a sudden, she lunges off the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think I've heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound, but this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up to go look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway, based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house's location was, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky. And I felt better with all 3 of the yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and his half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow. And his clothes were all off, too. They were nice, but fake nice, like a clean, newer-looking t-shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All of his clothes were dark, too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas, and the weather was definitely into the hundreds that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up or taped over. I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that's way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. "Hey there, kiddo. I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner." And he shakes the bottle at me. "Mind if I come in to show you how good it works?" Alarms are going off in my head because he just seems so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home is unnerving because he probably knew they weren't, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go get my mom, something except for what I said, but I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and said, "No, we don't have carpet." "Well, it works on other things." And he took a big step toward the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door didn't even have a lock. Small town, hard to access home. We never needed a lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen, when all of a sudden, I hear it. Punky had crept up from the hallway, lowered toward the ground, with her teeth bared and snarling. Like she was feral. She had slobbered, just dripping from her mouth. Her ears were down, and she was ready to pounce. The guy hears it too, and as I look toward Punky, she tries to lunge past me, and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Punky out along with the rest of our dogs, and they chase him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about, but Punky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring in the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone join up with him, running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Punky's entire body language changed, and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew. No barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realize my siblings are still down the hall, and I run to check on them. When I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side, and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Punky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Punky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Punky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mom inside, while our smaller dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home, she took us to my aunt's house, and on our way there, we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men, plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. So, to the two men apparently going door to door to sell their unlabeled carpet cleaner, I'd really rather not meet again. So I'll start by saying this is probably going to be a long one. For some background information, my family's from North Carolina. My papa, grandfather, was born and raised in rural western North Carolina. And my mama, grandmother, was from the middle eastern end of the state. My mama is Native American, with her family living in the same area as far back as the 1890s. Being a Christian didn't stop her trust in the beliefs of her people. She was born with the veil over her eyes, which is basically where part of the amniotic sac detached at some point and attached to the baby. Within her family, this was taken as a sign of the child being sensitive to paranormal activities. And growing up, it proved true for her. Fast forward to my birth, I was born the same way. My mama was both pleased and worried when she saw. Almost everyone on my mother's side of the family fully believes in the existence of ghosts and the like, all having their own experiences over the years. My first experience came at around 7. I remember sitting in my mama's living room watching television with her, and suddenly I smelled something burning. I'd just roasted myself a marshmallow and I panicked, thinking I'd left the gas stove on and that I'd caught something on fire. Before I could say anything to my mama, she looked over at the door and said, "Come on in, E." I was obviously confused and I asked her what she meant. She went on to explain that my papa's sister had died in a house fire in Korea years ago. She had apparently gotten 2 of her children out and went back in to get the youngest and didn't make it. When they found her body, she was something like 5 steps away from her door. My mama explained that it wasn't long after that they began smelling burning rags in the house. It typically lasts just a few seconds and disappears again. My mama believes she just comes to check in. I smelled that same smell many, many times over the years growing up in her home. And I'd look and look for the source of the smell, and I never found one. In the years since, I've moved into my own apartments and homes, and I've smelled the same smell. It lasts just a few seconds and then disappears. I spent most of my childhood in the eastern part of the state with my grandparents. But as my mom and her siblings grew up in western North Carolina, most still lived there and all of Papa's side of the family. So there were trips to western North Carolina frequently. In the fall, my mama would go up and pick apples by the trailerful and take them back and sell them. My second encounter occurred when I was in middle school. It was fall, and I remember because as I bolted back out of the house and tried to get my mama, I tripped over the trailer holding her apples and ended up eating dirt. Then I hobbled around with a busted shin for a few days. Anyway, I went inside the house to get my mama's drink for her, and as I walked past the hallway that led to the bedrooms, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. When I looked, I was frozen for a minute. At the end of the hallway, next to my grandparents' bedroom door, was a woman I'd never seen before. I remember she had long, loose, dark hair and wore a blue pantsuit. Think of a really old woman going to church. She looked at me and smiled slightly. As she turned her body to fully face me, my legs remembered that they could move and I took off. I explained to my mama what I saw, and my stepdad immediately moved to go inside because he thought someone had broken in through the back door. Something that wasn't really common in our area, but not unheard of. My mama quickly waved him off and took me inside. Hidden in a photo album in her closet, she pulled out an old black and white photo of a woman standing on a porch and asked if this is who I saw. It was, and this was a picture I'd never seen before, and apparently one of the only 2 that she had of her mother. My mama sat me down in the living room and explained it all to me. The outfit I saw her in was the one she was buried in, and while she normally kept her hair up tight in a knot in order to keep it out of her face while she picked cotton, or cooked or whatever she was doing, they decided to leave it down for her funeral. This was all shocking to me. My mama didn't talk much about her mom, as she died when my mama was very young, resulting in her dropping out of school to take care of all of her younger brothers and sisters, and then eventually all of her half-brothers and sisters. My mama is the oldest of 18 children. The final encounter I'll write about is one directly related to the other two. About 3.5 to 4 months after I saw the woman in the hallway, I got sick. Not just a little sick, but pretty bad off. This was in the 90s still, and while my mama believes in doctors, she also believes in the medicine of nature. It's not something I'd ever use for my children now, but I also know that it works, so if there's ever a zombie apocalypse, I've at least got some medicine. I was given the medicine and wrapped in blankets. My fever peaked at around 103, and I spent most of the day huddling in my mama's lap until my mom decided that I needed to just go to bed and give my mama some space in case I passed the illness to her. My mama reluctantly agreed and carried me to bed. I'm not sure how long after I went to bed that this happened, but I'd fallen asleep at some point. When I woke up, it was pitch black in my room. I suddenly smelled burning rags, and then felt the blankets being taken off of me. The cool air felt great against my skin, and then whoever it was started humming. It was a song that my mama often hummed to me when I was small, or in this case, sick. They started rubbing my back and continued to hum. I mumbled and asked my mama to bring me some water, and the answer I got back was, I turned to look, and sitting on my bed was not one person, but two. My mama's mom, and the other woman I recognized as Papa's sister, whose picture my mama had pointed out on the wall after she told me the story of her death. I want to say I wasn't scared, but that absolutely wouldn't be true. I was terrified. But about that time, my bedroom door opened and my mama came in with water and medicine. When I looked back at my bed, both women were gone. I told my mama what happened, and I told her that they knew she was coming, and she simply responded, "Figures. Can't ever just mind their own business." I later found out that all of my mama's children had similar experiences when they were sick. And even now, as an adult, if I'm really sick or something of that nature, she comes to visit and hums the song while rubbing my back. I know these aren't really scary, and I definitely have my fair share of terrifying experiences with the supernatural, but I figured that it would be nice for some people to see that they don't always mean to harm you. And it's funny because even as I was writing this out, E came in and passed through the house, causing my 7-year-old to run into the living room screaming about something somewhere being on fire. I would love to share my experiences, specifically about the house I grew up in that my parents recently moved out of about 6 months ago. We built this house and were the first ones to ever live in it. Completely brand new. You would never think that a brand new house could be haunted. At least that's what I thought as a kid. I've heard footsteps, seen things move, turn on, turn off on its own. Flickering lights, electricity malfunctions, shadow figures, and full-on apparitions. Above all, I never felt comfy in the house. I dreaded being there by myself. I never went into the basement, and I always felt like someone or something was watching me. I would always sleep with the lights on in my bedroom, and I'd have a new encounter experience on a weekly basis. My entire family had experiences. My dad, the worst. Our neighborhood would get together some months to drink and hang out. One night, the neighbors across the street from us were pretty boozy and started to mention how they think their house is haunted. Everyone's faces went cold. Everyone had a story, something to share. One neighbor had found a totem buried in their backyard and had a priest come bless it. Years later, my dad got a new job at the local brewery as a tour guide right down the street, about a quarter-mile from our neighborhood. Through training, he learned that the entire area was once an Indian burial ground. The grounds go for miles and miles, completely covering our neighborhood. I'm really not sure how or why no one else knew about this from our neighborhood. I have to wonder if the county tries to keep it under wraps so real estate sales in the area don't completely tank. Well, I'm excited to share more of my experiences with you. Ask me anything. This incident happened when I was in university. I was supposed to babysit my niece that day because her parents planned a business dinner with their colleagues. They told me they'd be back late and one of them would send me back home the next day. I agreed to babysit my niece without any doubts that day. When I arrived at their house, I was given a list of things to do for that day with my niece. My niece was about 12 at the time, so I didn't have any issue with her helping me out with some of the house chores. We started off by drying their clothes in the garden, and she started narrating her school stories to me. We were having so much fun together that we decided to have a break and make some Oreo milkshakes that she'd just learned from YouTube that day. As we're making the milkshakes, I noticed how my niece talked about a girl named SARA O'Neill from her class a lot. Based on my niece's narration about SARA, I thought she was a lovely girl. Then I suddenly stopped and looked at her in shock when she said SARA was with her now and would come out only at night. At first, I thought my niece was joking and quickly brushed off my doubts about SARA. We continued making the milkshakes and my niece continued with her stories. Curiosity got me asking her about SARA, and I noticed my niece's facial expression changed suddenly. "What happened there? Are you okay?" I asked my niece as I looked at her. She just nodded her head in silence and continued to drink her milkshake, quietly. She turned up from her drink and said, "She doesn't like you." My heart stopped a bit hearing my niece utter such words to me as if SARA was there with my niece in the kitchen. I tried to calm myself down and asked her once more about SARA. "This SARA that you were talking about, what does she look like?" I gathered my courage to ask my niece one last time. "She's pretty, blonde hair and about my height." My niece casually described her as she continued drinking her milkshake. So I took a deep breath and smiled at her. I thought my niece was pulling my leg when she told me that SARA lives with her and plays with her during the night. We managed to finish our milkshakes and quickly continued with our given house chores. We did some cleaning, putting the clothes in the washing machine, and lastly, some dusting. My niece and I were very exhausted after completing the house chores, so we decided to watch a movie just before heading to bed that night. I told my niece to choose the movie as I wanted to make some hot drinks for her and myself. I came back with the hot drinks in my hand and realized she'd already chosen the movie from Netflix and was waiting for me. "SARA likes this movie. She told me to choose this movie, but she also said that if you don't like it, you can change it." My niece said this as she sat comfortably on the couch. Again, I could feel a knot in my stomach, and my heart was beating fast upon hearing my niece utter SARA's name casually. "Where is SARA? Can I see her?" I played along with my niece. "I told you, she'll only come out at night. Now she's sleeping." My niece didn't even flinch a little. "Now is night, sweetheart, so where is Sarah?" I pushed my luck again with my niece. My niece smiled at me suddenly and said, "She's right behind you." I quickly turned around and I saw nothing behind me. My heart was thumping hard in my chest as I looked back at my niece. "There's no one there, honey," I managed to speak up. "She says she doesn't like you and she wants you to go home now," my niece uttered as she looked behind me. "Okay, time for bed now," I said as I ushered her upstairs to her room. My niece shares her room with her parents in the main room, so they have a huge bed that would be shared by her parents and her 3 sisters, who've gone to their school's camp that day. I put my niece to bed that night, and my niece suddenly asked me if she could play hide and seek before bed. "No, it's late. You should go to bed now." My voice was stern as I turned her down. That's when my niece looked at me with piercing eyes that scared me. I backed up a little as I noticed how stiff she was looking at me, without any words uttered or any body movement. "I told you to go home. Go home now," my niece growled in another voice at me. Her voice was much deeper and scarier when she yelled at me to go home. I quickly got down from the bed and rushed to my handbag for my phone. My niece was still sitting on her bed, but she was chanting something under her breath in gibberish. Her body swayed back and forth as she mumbled those words under her breath. I reached for my phone fast and called her parents. I narrated the whole story to them and told them to come back as soon as possible. I was worried if this problem didn't get solved immediately, it might get out of hand. Then I heard laughing and giggling all of a sudden in the room, which made me turn around in nervousness. My niece was talking to someone, laughing and giggling, as if there was someone with her on the bed. I watched her laugh and talk alone in horror as I waited for her parents to arrive that night. Her parents came back that night and asked me what happened again, and I told them everything. I told them about Sarah O'Neill and that she'd only come out at night to play with their daughter. Without any hesitation, her parents immediately called a priest from a nearby church. I wondered why they were rooted to the ground with fear when I uttered Sarah's name. Sarah O'Neill recently died in a car crash 2 weeks back, my sister-in-law explained as her voice broke. This is the second time this week I saw this man with a hat standing in the same spot, looking at me. Please note, I was not under the influence of anything. I don't have a history of mental disorders and I don't have sleep paralysis. I was able to move and walk towards the man. But here's what happened. My dog barely barks and always sticks to my side. She woke me up at 2 a.m. barking in the living room and digging at the floor frantically. This was highly unusual, so I woke up to see what was the matter. From my bed, I could see into the living room because my door stays open. When I woke up and looked into the living room, I saw a tall man in a dark suit, wearing a hat, staring at me. He kinda had the style of a 50s detective. I jumped and I was terrified because someone was in my house. I looked for my pepper spray and slowly moved towards him with my pepper spray. And he disappeared. But my dog kept digging at the floor and barking frantically. I went over to my dog to see what she was digging and barking at, and I didn't see or hear anything, but an eerie feeling was left in the room. I kept pulling her away from the spot, distracting her with toys and treats, but she was disinterested in my distractions, and she kept going back to dig at that same spot 4 times. She was fixated and unusually energized at 2 a.m. I can't help but think my dog saw something too. Has anyone else ever had any experiences with a hat man